A pleasant good morning, class, and welcome back to another exciting day of virtual geography. Our topic this morning is the work of rivers. I will be your teacher, Mr. R. Monroe, hailing from CV Bethel Senior High School in New Providence. Yesterday, we covered the topic parts of a river system. To review yesterday's lesson, let us look, or play rather, the game River Review Bingo. The instructions are as follows. Listen carefully as your teacher reads some riddles. When you hear a riddle definition which relates to one of the words on the bingo card below, write down that word. Once you hear three words either horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, type bingo in the chat along with your three words. Ready? Here we go. First riddle. I am the point where all rivers began. What am I? You can go ahead and type your answers in the chat or make a note on a notepad. When you have bingo, remember to type it in the chat, either vertically, diagonally, or horizontally. The next riddle, I am a great place to grow crops, but living on me becomes dangerous during the rainy season. What am I? All right, the third riddle, I may be found on the island of Inagua, and I am the largest in the country. What am I? Anyone has bingo yet? Let's move on. I am long and narrow, deep and shallow. I may stretch for many miles. What am I? Bingo yet, anyone? Bingo yet? Let's check the chat. All right, everyone's answering. I see you, Ashton. Don't call off your answers to give away to others. Alvin, I see you, Alvin Green. All right, let's move on. I am the meeting point between two waterways. What am I? Let's go to the chat. Anyone has bingo yet? Someone should have bingo by now. What am I? The last riddle was, I am the meeting point between two waterways. What am I? Some of the answers I see in the chat. I see Ashton said that I am the source for one of the questions. He also said that I am the lake, river, and tributary. There's one missing for bingo. I'll read the last one again. I am the meeting point between two waterways. What am I? All right, I see Ashton said estuary. Not exactly. Someone says to flood. Flood is a part of the answer, not exactly. Tributary, no. Let's keep going. I am the Greek letter D. What am I? I am the Greek letter D. What am I? Joshua says Delta. Does anyone have bingo yet? Does anyone have bingo yet? Candisha says Delta also. Both of you are correct. Does anyone have bingo? Let's move on to another. Yep, one more to go. Okay, let's see if we get it with this one. Sometimes I'm salty. Sometimes I'm fresh. Sometimes I'm both. What am I? Sometimes I'm salty. Sometimes I'm fresh. Sometimes I'm both. What am I? Candisha says lake. No, not exactly. Ashton says river, estuary. Joshua says estuary. Estuary is correct. Someone should have bingo. The race to type in your answers starts now. Someone should have bingo for sure. Here we go. Bingo. What are your answers, Ashton? Type in your answers. Give me all of your answers right now. Someone else is typing quickly. Source, correct. Estuary, correct. And lake. Awesome. Ashton got bingo. Way to go. Great job. Give yourself a pat on the back. You also have lake. So very good job, everyone. Ashton won. All right, let's find out how many chances we had to get bingo actually. So source, confluence is the coming together. That's the meeting point of two rivers. The source is the beginning point of a river or the origin. And a river is a long, narrow body of water. So that would have been the first opportunity to get bingo. And another would have been the floodplain, delta, and river. And I would have gotten the last one, the source, estuary, and lake. Very good job, guys. Very good job. Let's move on. So today's objectives are: one, after a guided lecture PowerPoint presentation, students will be able to list and discuss 3 functions of a river. 2, define the term energy and explain how it is related to the work of rivers. 3, explain 4 ways in which a river erodes its load, bed, and sides, and 4 ways in which it transports its load. 4, differentiate between the characteristics of the upper, middle, and lower course. So we're simply telling the difference between those portions of the river. Got it? Awesome. Let's move right on. First question for today's lesson. What is the name of this feature? Type your answer in the chat. What is the name of this feature? Let's see who's the first to get it. What is the name of this feature? No takers yet? What is the name of this feature? No takers? The Grand Canyon. Awesome. So this feature is known as the Grand Canyon. What country and state is it located in? Any ideas, guys? What country and state is it located in? The country is north of us. Country is just north of us. So North America, Ashton, very good. And any takers on the state? Any guesses? The state begins with the letter A. The state is Arizona. Very good. Very good. Awesome. So how was it created? Any ideas? Think about our topic. How was it created? Think of our topic. Any ideas on how this feature, the Grand Canyon, was created? Awesome, Ashton. By river erosion. Dwayne also said erosion and deposition. Very good. Awesome. So we're on the right track. This feature was created some 5 to 6 million years ago when the Colorado River carved through volcanic rock, leaving behind this spectacular feature. Some evidence that is left behind to prove that this was in fact created by rivers is the fact that there are marine fossils embedded into the walls of the Grand Canyon. So what are the 3 functions of a river? The erosional work of rivers and streams carve and shape the landscape through which they flow. The 3 functions of a river are what are some of the terms that were mentioned earlier by Dwayne. 1, erosion. 2, transportation. And thirdly, deposition. These 3 functions are the main purpose of a river system. Now, this topic so far has had quite a bit of vocabulary terms to remember. A great way to help us remember some of these terms is to create a mnemonic. A mnemonic is simply a device whereby we use other terms or words and phrases that are easier to remember to help us to recall the organization or pattern or the actual name of something. So in this instance, we can transform the word erosion into eat, transportation into the, and deposition into donut. So it's far easier to remember eat the donut is the process for transporting erosion and deposition as opposed to trying to remember those terms outright. So let's give it a shot in the chat. Come up with your own mnemonic to help you remember erosion, transportation, and deposition. Let's give it a shot in the chat section. So Jada Woodside says, eat the dumpling. Awesome. That's a really good one. So this mnemonic was actually created by some of my students some 5 years ago. And to this day, I still remember it. So this is really going to help you out. Erase the drawing. Joshua says, erase the drawing. Awesome one. Very good. Deshay Johnson says, Ethan teaches dance. That's awesome. One more. So these can be used, again, to help you remember the organization of things. Ashton says, eat those dumplings. Very good. Awesome. Let's move right along. So a river has 3 stages: a youthful stage, a mature stage, and an old stage. In that way, we can say that rivers can be personified. In other words, we can give them human traits, human characteristics. At bit stage of a river is erosion greatest, and why? So looking at the diagram, the youthful stage, mature stage, and the old stage. Which stage do you think will have the greatest amount of erosion? Type your answer in the chat. Candisha says the youthful stage. Ashton says mature. Deshay also says the youthful. Give me a potential reason why you said the youthful, Candisha, as well as Deshay. Ashton, why would you say mature? Give me a reason. Again, if we're giving these human traits, think about at bit stage in our life, do we have the most energy? Dwayne also says youthful, so obviously youthful is our answer. So Deshay says because it's more active. Very good. Candisha says because it's at the highest peak and it has the most power. That's very, very important to understanding this process. So the elevation of a river dictates the amount of velocity as well as the volume of water that will be coming off of the mountain. So very good. Awesome job, guys. So erosion will certainly be greatest in the youthful stage. The mature stage, transportation is greatest. And finally, in the old stage, deposition is greatest. So erosion in the youthful, breaking up boulders and rocks and transporting them downstream to the mature stage, and then finally depositing that material in the old stage. From the diagram of the old stage, we can see 2 river features that we mentioned yesterday. Type the name of those features in the chat box. 2 features were mentioned yesterday in the old stage. An oxbow lake, very good job, Dwayne. Dwayne Colley says an oxbow lake, that's the horseshoe feature in the old stage. And the other feature would be the other web-like feature. What would that be? Looks like my fingers. Any takers? The other web-like feature. It's very good. Ashton says the delta. Awesome job. So the delta is also found in the old stage as the river deposits its load. Very good. Let's move right along. Now, a river obviously has energy. So what is energy? Type your answer in the chat for me. Type your answer in the chat. What is energy? Already? Energy is the force to move, Ashton says. Okay, so good shot, good try. Anyone else? The ability to break down and move and remove it. All right, that's also another good shot. Awesome job. So energy, as we say in our science classes, is the ability to do work. So rivers have energy. A river's energy will increase with its volume, the amount of water, its velocity, the speed, or its regime, the seasonal flow. So throughout the course of a year, the winter months tend to be times of lower volume and velocity for a river because there's less snow melting from the mountain peaks to flow into the rivers, and there's also less rainfall because it's the winter time. So energy used in erosion. What are the four types of erosion? Before we dive into this, there's one important term we need to remember. The load. Notice that it's highlighted on the screen. The load refers to all of the materials transported by a river. In the little animation we see above, we can see these huge boulders. Those would be part of a river's load. As those boulders are broken down further as they travel downstream, they may become smaller particles such as cobbles, sand grains, silt, and even clay. All of those materials makes up a river's load. So the first method of erosion that acts in a river is abrasion. Abrasion, also known as corrasion, refers to when the load carried by the river grind or rub against the sides and bed of the river. This process slowly wears away the bed and the sides of the river. So abrasion erodes the side and bed of the river. So the diagram below shows abrasion occurring. On which side of the river is erosion greatest? Type your answer in the chat. Which side of the river is erosion greatest? Deshay says B, not exactly Deshay. Clinton says A. A is correct. Ashton also says A, very good job. So erosion is greatest on side A. Why is that? Any takers? Give it a shot. Why is erosion greatest on side A and not side B? Dwayne says the shape of the river helps with the erosion power. Okay, so the erosion itself actually shapes the river. So kind of the opposite there. So Ashton says because the mineral grinds on the edges of the river. Very good. Awesome. So side A tends to have greater erosion because this is the portion where the load sort of slingshots around the bend of that river, causing erosion on side A. The opposite happens on side B. The material that is eroded from A is then deposited on side B. So the river feature that we see on side B would be, any takers? What is the name of the river feature on side B? If A is erosion, side B should be a bank. A river bank is created by deposition. Great job, Ashton. Awesome. So a river bank is on side B. So the diagram below shows the area of a river where there is maximum abrasion. So on a straight and narrow path, the abrasion force is going to be greatest down the middle of the river. This will create vertical erosion and deepen the river's bed. B shows where abrasion is greatest on the outer bend of a river. As the load slingshots around that bend, it causes widening of the river as opposed to diagram A, where there's vertical erosion. Continue on with the erosion. Another method of erosion is called attrition. When the load, that would be our pebbles, cobbles, sand grains, when they're thrown against the side and bed of the river, the load itself is broken down into smaller pieces. As we can see in the picture down at the bottom on your right, these are also seen when we go on the beach. The rocks and pebbles appear to be very, very smooth in texture. Even glass bottles at times that we find on the beach tend to be very, very smooth. So the reasoning behind this is attrition. As the pebbles, boulders, glass bottles rub against each other and against the seabed, or in this case our riverbed and sides, they become smooth and rounded. That process is known as attrition. Moving right along, so attrition, if we look at the relationship of velocity and size of sediment due to erosion, the diagram below shows moving from right to left, larger particle size, becoming smaller as we move to the left. So we start off, if we look at the diagram, we start off looking at cobbles and boulders. These are large stones that are broken off due to erosion near the source of the river. These are areas where we tend to have rapids and huge boulders and dangerous obstacles for people to maneuver while whitewater rafting. As we move further to the left, the size decreases to pebbles. Then we have very coarse sand, we have fine sand, all the way down to silt and clay, which is microscopic in size. So as we move from the youthful stage of a river, we move from larger particles, such as boulders and cobbles that make up the load, to now very fine sand, going down to silt and clay. So particle size decreases as we move further down a mountain or river system. The third process of erosion is called hydraulic action. The work of turbulence in water causes friction in the joints of rocks, which cause their joints to enlarge and loosen off particle fragments. These are then swept downstream. So from 10th grade geography, we learned that rocks have joints and bedding planes, lines of weaknesses in them. Once rushing water, for example, in the rapids, an upper portion of the river runs through these rocks, the bed and the sides of the river, they tend to widen those cracks and weaknesses, breaking off portions and hence creating smaller pieces of rocks that are washed downstream. Continuing on with erosion, The fourth process of erosion is solution. Solution is also called corrosion. So certain minerals in rocks, like limestone, can be dissolved in water. The minerals are said to be soluble. For example, limestone contains calcite, dolomite, and aragonite. Those three minerals are extremely soft and are easily eroded. When we look at the geology of the Bahamas, this explains why we have blue holes and sinkholes. They're all caused by solution from acid in rainwater. So likewise, rivers also have impurities that can dissolve soft minerals in rocks. So to help us remember our river erosion, we'll create another mnemonic. Abrasion was the first process in erosion we looked at. We can change that to apples. Attrition is the other process in erosion. We can change that to R. Hydraulic action was the other process. We can change that to healthy. And the fourth was solution, which we can change to snacks. Apples are healthy snacks. That should be pretty easy to remember. Let's give it a shot in the chat. Create your own mnemonic from abrasion, attrition, and hydraulic action and solution. Give it a shot in the chat. Create your own mnemonic for river erosion, abrasion, attrition, hydraulic action, and solution. Athletes are heavy sleepers. Awesome, Clinton. That's a really, really good one. Olivia says, ants are hella smart. Interesting one there. And Ashton says, ants are helpful soldiers. Very good. So these mnemonics will help you with remembering the process of river erosion. Very good job. Let's move right along. Energy used to transport materials. After erosion, we said the next river function is transportation. So the energy used to transport materials. Materials are transported in four ways. One, by traction. Traction refers to dragging of the load. So larger objects like boulders and cobbles will be dragged by the river in a process called traction. Rivers also transport materials by suspension. Suspension refers to floating. When you think of suspension, you also think of the suspension on an automobile, a car. The suspension lifts the car above the tires. So in the same way, rivers transport lighter materials like fine sand grains and clay by suspension. Solution materials are also transported in this fashion. The dissolved particles in the river can be transported in a solution. And four, rivers also transport by saltation. Smaller and lighter rocks may bounce. These may be pebbles that are carried by the river's energy. And a simple mnemonic will also assist us with remembering the order and the vocabulary terms themselves. So traction can be replaced with the, suspension can be replaced with silly. Solution can be replaced with school. And saltation can be replaced with system. My students created this 5 years ago, and this was a real hit. It really helped them. So the silly school system. So the diagram shows the 4 ways in which a river transports its load. We can see that traction shows the materials at the bottom of the river, larger boulders and cobbles, are being dragged by the river's energy and current. Saltation shows smaller particles like pebbles hopping and bouncing and skipping along the river's bed. Solution refers to those dissolved microscopic particles like clay that are carried by the river, and suspension, the lighter, finer particles like fine sand may be suspended for a moment, fall, and be suspended once more. These are the 4 ways in which a river transports its load. What causes a river to lose its energy? Watch the following video on the Mekong River in East Asia. Create a list of reasons in the chat why a river may lose its energy, also called its velocity, and B, its volume. So again, we're watching the video and creating a list of reasons why a river may lose its energy, velocity, or its volume. Here we go.
The Mekong River has fallen to a critical level. There are now worsening fears of a major drought along parts of the crucial waterway. A security expert is warning the river is on the brink of an environmental disaster. In the northern Thai province of Nakhon Phanom, water level has been recorded at just 1.5 meters, the lowest in nearly a century. And it's low enough for sand dunes to be exposed along many sections of the river. So that makes it difficult for cargo vessels and fishing boats to navigate. The Mekong stretches more than 4,000 kilometers, and it is the longest river in Southeast Asia, the 12th longest in the world. And it flows through Vietnam, Thailand, China, Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar, now providing livelihood for fishermen and farmers and serving as a lifeline for communities living along its banks and tributaries. But water levels in major reservoirs has dropped to just 10 to 20% of capacity, affecting rice crops that are close to being harvested. So the drought is due in part to the low volume of rain this year. But residents also believe it's because of dams in China, Cambodia, and Laos releasing little or no water downstream.
ตอนนี้ไม่ได้เลยตอนนี้นะน้ำขึ้นแห้งขึ้นผิดเวลาปลามันไม่นู้นไปไหนเคยหาปลาได้วันละเป็น30โล40โลนี่ก็ไม่ได้แล้วตอนนี้นะแค่กินก็ยากแต่ละชุมชนที่อยู่ติดแม่น้ำโขงเนี่ยในส่วนนี้ก็จะต้องพยายามที่จะหาวิธีการที่จะฟื้นฟูนะครับฟื้นฟูแล้วก็สร้างแหล่งรักษาระบบนิเวศวิทยาของแม่น้ำโขงแล้วก็สร้างแหล่งอาหารสำรองเนี่ยให้ได้มากที่สุดในขณะนี้นะครับเพราะว่าเราก็จะรอแต่ทางในระดับนโยบายอย่างเดียวไม่ได้
Alright, so let's see what we came up with in the chat. What are some potential reasons why a river may lose its energy, velocity, and volume? Deshay says low rainfall. Very good, awesome. Ashton says dams are affecting the velocity. Awesome, very good. They slow down the force. of the water coming downstream naturally. Dwayne says dams as well are causing a problem with water pressure due to it being regulated. Awesome. Ashton says dams again. Very good. Any other potential reasons? Aaliyah says decrease in water reservoirs. Water reservoirs are drying up. Very good. Awesome. So these are all potential reasons why the velocity and the volume of water in rivers may decrease. Give yourself a pat on the back. Very good job. So water is extracted for residential use. It's also used for industrial use, irrigation, which is simply watering crops, as well as dams to produce HEP, which stands for hydroelectric power. So these activities, human activities, will all decrease the volume of water in rivers. A decrease in velocity will also happen naturally due to widening of the river and meandering, as well as a change in the river's gradient. But humans also play a huge role in decreasing a river's velocity due to dams and water use for domestic and irrigation purposes as well. So a river will drop its load when its volume decreases as well as its velocity. A river's volume, the amount of water, decreases naturally during the dry season. As we can see in the photo to the right of the Nile River in Egypt, a boat where the river once stood. So dry seasons, which would be the winter months when the snow on the mountains remain frozen, as well as the winter, there's less precipitation that also contributes to rivers drying up in certain regions of the world. Additionally, dry areas like deserts, for example, the Sahara Desert, the Nile passes through the Sahara Desert, which is the longest river on earth. And once it passes through that dry portion, the Nile can actually dry up completely. Presence of permeable rocks. Yesterday we mentioned permeable rocks or porous rocks, rocks that allow water to pass through, will also not support river flowing or formation. Receding floodwaters may also result in a river's volume decreasing. A river's velocity or speed decreases naturally when it enters a lake, a calm sea, or when it enters a gently sloping plain. The image on the right shows the Jordan River as it enters a sea, slowing down and depositing materials, creating a delta. Given the time, we will stop at this point of our presentation and look at our assignments for today. All right, assignments, instructions. Using your notes, this PowerPoint, and the internet, complete the following assignment. Classwork, meaning do it right now, would be assignment 4, which is uploaded onto the site. The title of that assignment is Rivers, Odd One Out. Your homework assignment due on Friday is assignment number 5, Rivers and Their Valleys, a revision exercise. Again, remember, all assignments are uploaded to the site. You simply download them on your computer. You can print them, write them out by hand, complete them, and you will turn them into your respective teachers once we return to school. Assignment 4, Rivers, Odd One Out. The instructions, simply put, below is a list of issues, themes, and concepts that you have come across in your work about rivers. You're going to circle the odd one out. Which one does not belong in this list of terms? Give a reason why it does not belong and add a correct term that should fit in this list. This is out of 24 marks. The other assignment is Rivers and Their Valleys, a revision exercise. You have a puzzle to complete, and after completing that puzzle, you're going to write the definition for each word above. Part 2 of this exercise, you're going to copy this table or print it and fill in the blanks. Next, we have to draw a sketch of this river system. Have fun!
Hi, I'm Mistress J, and these are your Commerce Exam Nuggets, lesson number 6, Documents of Local Trade. Now before we begin, here are a few items I need you to get. A pen or a pencil, a notebook or device, and your thinking cap. Now let's take a quick look at our objective for today. Before we begin, let's quickly recap our last nugget, local trade. Here's the definition: the exchange of goods and services within a country through retailing or wholesaling. And when we have local trade, we use a number of documents to record those transactions. And that's what we're looking at today, local trade documents. Let's suppose I was a consumer and I wanted to find out who was the best wholesaler in terms of prices. I would write a letter of inquiry to both wholesalers, asking them for a list of prices and their goods. In turn, those wholesalers would give me a documentation called a quotation with the list of their best prices and goods. I would then make a decision of which wholesaler. Once I've chosen the wholesaler I want to go with, I place an order with him. In turn, he gives me a document known as an acknowledgement to confirm my order. The wholesaler then packages my goods and sends an advice note to let me know your goods are on the way. Once the goods are on their way to being delivered, a document known as the delivery note is sent with it. That is so that I, as the consumer, can confirm that everything I ordered is in the delivery. The wholesaler then discusses how much I owe through a document known as the invoice, followed by a statement of account to show how much I owe for the period of time. Once I've checked both of those documents and made sure there's no mistake, I then write a check to the wholesaler. He in turn gives me a document to prove my payment. So let's recap those documents. Can you remember the documents that were sent from the buyer to the seller and the seller to the buyer? Great! Wow, it's just that simple. I would like to thank you for watching, and remember, with God, virtually anything is possible.
A pleasant good afternoon, class, and welcome back to Virtual Geography with yours truly, Mr. R. Monroe. Before we begin today's lesson, I would like to point out a few things or features with the system. The direct questions that you may have, students, can be answered through the Q&A box. These questions are only visible to myself and the teachers assisting me. All worksheets and notes can be found or are accessible through the resource folders in the timetable on the website www.bahamasvirtuallearning.com. Remember that all virtual lessons are recorded. Please be respectful. Now that that is out of the way, let's get rolling. Today's topic is characteristics of a river system. Our objectives for today are: one, after a guided lecture PowerPoint presentation, students will be able to, one, identify the 4 factors that determine the rate of river erosion. 2, differentiate between the characteristics of the upper, middle, and lower course of a river. And 3, draw, label, and explain the formation of an oxbow lake. Let's get to it. Before we move right along, let's play a little review game called Name That River Feature. In the chat box, type the name of each river. Label those features A through D. Get started. Ashton says A is a meander. Deshae Johnson also says A is a meander. You're absolutely correct. Keep going. Ashton jumped ahead to C. And for C, your answer is also correct. I will hold off on calling them all out. Let's go. Give B a shot. B is pretty fascinating. The only ones left are B and D. Don't let the color of B throw you off. B and D. I see we're having a challenge with B and D. Ashton said earlier that B was the delta. Delta was correct. And Deshae is saying that B is an oxbow. No, try again. So B, notice there are 2 river features meeting. What was the name of the feature when 2 river features meet? So B refers to confluence, and B is fascinating looking at the 2 colors, the different colors of those rivers as they meet. Because of the difference in density, they may meet, but they do not mix. The white portion of the river is referred to, the actual name is Milk River, and the other blue side is the Missouri River. D refers to our bank, or in this instance, it may be a little high and could be considered a slip-off slope. Awesome job. Very good. On to our next portion of the game. Name that river function. So using the mnemonic devices that we created last class, discuss from our discussion, type the name of each river function in the box below, or in your chat, that is, labeling them A through C. Remember, eat the donut. That was the mnemonic device that we came up with to remember the function of a river. So 3 functions. So Deshae is on a roll, with the exception of 1. Janae, absolutely correct. Excellent job. Ashton got 1 of them, the very first one. And Deshae came back and made a correction. Very good. So Janae was the first person. Miguel, maturity is transportation. I see you. However, Janae was the first one to get erosion, transportation, and deposition. Excellent job. So eat the donut. You remembered. Way to go. Give yourself a pat on the back. So A refers to erosion in the youthful stage of the river. B refers to transportation in the mature stage of the river. And C refers to deposition in the old stage of the river. Name that erosional method. So we're using our mnemonic device again that we discussed last class to name the method of river erosion. So A, B, C, and D. Notice that they are labeled with our mnemonic words. A, apples, B, R, C, healthy, and D, snacks. What are the river erosional methods? Use our mnemonic. Type your answers in the chat. So Miguel says A. His answer for A is correct. Very good job. Miguel has an answer for B as well. B is also correct. Very good job. Deshay, label which answer that is that you would have posted. Is it the answer to A, B, C, or D? A and B, it cannot be both. It has to be one or the other. So Solomon says that C is which type of erosion, Solomon? Which type? Miguel says that would be correct. Miguel, very good job. I will reveal all the answers shortly. Ashton, remember to put your label, whether it's A, B, C, or D. Okay, Deshay, you came back. That is correct. Janae, D, that is also correct. And Deshay for B, that is also correct. Good. Now, the issue here is I don't see anyone with the answer for C. Ashton has them all, however, he doesn't have them labeled. But overall, very, very good job, ladies and gents. Very good job. So A, or apples, referred to abrasion, which is simply the load of the river rubbing against the bed and sides, and it is wearing away or eroding the bed and sides of the river. B, which was labeled R from our mnemonic, refers to the load itself being worn away. Remember when we go on the beach, we see those pebbles and glass bottle, they become very dull and smooth. That is due to the process of attrition that also happens in rivers. C, or healthy, referred to hydraulic action. Hydraulic action refers to the turbulence of the water getting into the joints and bedding plane of the river bed and sides. This results in the pressure of the water causing erosion to the river's bed and sides. D, which was labeled snacks from our mnemonic, refers to solution, the dissolved particles in the water due to soft or soluble minerals being eroded. For example, the Bahamas is made up of limestone rock. Limestone contains very soft or soluble minerals, for example, calcite, dolomite, and aragonite. These minerals are easily dissolved and become a part of the river's flowing water. Excellent job. Lastly, let's look at river transportation methods. Can you name that method? So using the mnemonic device that we created and that we discussed yesterday, let's see if we can label the transportation methods. Remember to label your answers A through D in the chat. So starting with A, the mnemonic was the, B, silly, C, school, and D, system. This was a favorite of my students, created some 5 years ago. And to this day, I still remember it. Let's check out the chat. So Janae says, no, look at that one again for me. Miguel, A, your answer for A is correct. Very good. Your answer for B, Miguel, look at your answer for B again. Deshay, your answer for A, not so good. No, look at that one again. B, not exactly. Look at both of those again for me. Janae, that is correct. Deshay, your answer for D is correct. C is incorrect. Do a swap. Janae, A is correct. Aaliyah Paul, again, label your answer A through D. Miguel, look at B again. Deshay, remember to label your answers A through D. so that I can know which one you're referring to. So Janae, your answer is correct for B. Very good job. Miguel, your answer for B is also correct. Deshay, your answer for C is correct. Very good. Aaliyah, B is also correct. Deshay, D is correct. All right, excellent job, everyone. So A refers to traction. Our mnemonic word was the. B, our mnemonic was silly, which refers to saltation. C, our mnemonic word was school, which referred to suspension. And D, system, refers to solution. So for A, traction refers to larger boulders and cobbles that are too heavy to be picked up by the water, that are simply dragged along the river's bed. B refers to saltation, smaller pebbles that are skipping and hopping along the riverbed. C refers to lighter particles like sand grains that can be suspended or float in the water and are carried by the current. D, solution, refers to those dissolved particles and minerals that become a part of the water that flows with the river currents. Remember, D is special in that it is both a river transportation method and a river erosion method. Excellent job with our review today. Let's move into the meat of our lesson for today. So first question for you, what factors determine the rate of erosion? Type your answers in the chat. What factors determine the rate of erosion? Last class, we talked about two. Ashton is on a roll. He's right on it, on the money. Deshay also on the money. Very good job. She has two so far. Excellent. So that's two of the main ones I was expecting. Can we think of any others? There are about two other factors that are also crucial in determining how fast a river will cause erosion. So I'll reveal those two answers. It appears most persons got those. So velocity, the speed of the water, and the volume, the amount of water that the river has. Those two factors will determine a river's erosion. There are two other factors, however. Can you think of these factors? Type your answers in the chat. Excellent job. Miguel says the regime. So the regime refers to the seasonal changes in the river. The regime itself will actually influence the velocity and volume of water. So that's a very good answer. In addition to the velocity and volume, as well as the regime, the weakness or resistance of the bedrock also plays a significant role in determining the rate of erosion. In 10th grade geography, you would have learned about the 3 types of rocks on Earth. Can you remember those names? Type them in the chat. What are the three types of rocks? Deshay says 1, very good. Ashton, very good. And Deshay again, very good. Shanae, excellent. Ashton, excellent. Very good job. So the three types of rocks are igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary. Of those three types of rocks, which of them are hard? Which of the three types of rocks are hard rocks? Ashton, very good. Yasmin, also correct. So I only see one of them. Deshay, also correct, but everyone gave the same answer so far. There's another one that's also hard. Can you think of it? What it is? Excellent, Ashton. Correct. Very good job. Yasmin also got it, as well as Deshay. If anyone else types in, superb. So, of the three types of rocks found on Earth, the three main types, that is, igneous and metamorphic are hard rocks. Sedimentary is what we have here in the Bahamas, and it is very, very soft or weak. It results in a lot of erosion and the formation of our blue holes and sinkholes. So the resistance of the bedrock will also influence the rate of a river's erosion. A river's bed load also determines how fast it will erode. Its bed load refers to the hardness and shape of the materials that are being transported. So those igneous and metamorphic rocks, depending on how hard they are, depending on the load, whether they're igneous or metamorphic, as well as the shape of them, will also determine the rate of erosion. And we mentioned the last two first, the volume of water and the velocity of the water, which changes with the seasonal regime. In the winter times, there's less precipitation, and there's also less snow melting in the Arctic or on the peak of mountains, resulting in less volume of water and in return, even less velocity. Excellent job. Deepening and widening of a river's valley. A river will erode in two basic directions. One, vertically, and two, horizontally. A river's channel is deepened by vertical erosion. Vertical erosion simply cuts downward. From the diagram below, we can see what is happening to the river bed. At which point in a river's life cycle or course can we expect vertical erosion? At which stage would we expect vertical erosion? Which stage throughout the course of a river would we expect vertical erosion? Remember, we compared a river's life cycle to that of a human being. We said that it has a young stage or youthful stage, it has a mature stage, and lastly, it has an old stage. Which stage of a river can we expect vertical erosion? Deshay, I see you, you're absolutely correct. Very good. Yasmin Lockhart, you're also correct. Anyone else before we move on? Excellent job. So the youthful or young stage, in case you didn't notice it in the corner here, is where we would expect vertical erosion. Lateral erosion, I think I said horizontal earlier, pretty much going in the same direction, refers to a river channel becoming wider due to lateral erosion. So lateral erosion is greatest on the outer bends of meanders. The diagram below shows a meander bend. As the river flows, it begins to slow down and bend and weave. The same is true for driving on a highway. As we approach a bend, we must slow down in order to navigate it properly. Rivers in the mature to old stage also slow down and begin to bend and weave. This is the result of lateral erosion. The characteristics of a river valley: the upper course, middle course, and lower course by now, we are aware have different names. We referred to them earlier. The upper course is also called the youthful stage. The middle course is also called the mature stage. And the lower course is also referred to as the old stage. Interestingly enough, there are even more terms to refer to the exact same thing. The upper course is also referred to as the torrent stage. This is where the river is lively and where erosion is greatest. The middle or mature stage is also referred to as the valley stage. The lower course or old stage is also referred to as the plain stage. Looking closer at the diagram, we can see this line representing the gradient or slope of the river. The gradient or slope plays a pivotal role in determining the rate of erosion. An even closer look at the diagrams below this line shows three different shapes of the river bed or channel. Based on this diagram at the bottom, how is the channel or valley in the torrent stage different from the plain stage? Type your answer in the chat. Deshay says it is deeper. Which one in particular are you referring to? Is it the torrent, valley, or plain stage? So Deshay says that the torrent stage is deeper. Excellent answer, very good. What about the shape? Compare the shape of the torrent stage to the plain stage. What is special about the shape? Excellent job, Yasmin. The torrent stage is V-shaped due to greater erosion. Very good. The plain stage, however, what is the shape of the plain stage? What is the shape of the plain stage? If the torrent stage is V-shaped, the plain stage or old stage is a bit more gentle due to a gentler slope and the river moving much slower. The shape of that valley, excellent job, Yasmin, is more U-shaped and it's even more gentle than the valley stage. So it's a gentle U-shape in the plain old stage of river. Excellent job. Let's move right. The diagram below shows an aerial view of a river system. It shows the head of the river and the mouth of the river. The head, also known as the headwaters of the river, also known as the source, is the point at which a river begins. The mouth is the point where it ends and empties into an ocean, sea, or lake. Look carefully at the side profile of this aerial view. Provides a cross-section showing the gradient of the river from the headland or headwaters or source all the way down to the mature and old stage of the river. Studying the diagram, name two river features that are dominant in the youthful and old stage of a river. Name 2 river features that are dominant in the youthful and old stage of this particular river. So use the diagram and identify 2 features in the youthful stage and 2 features in the old stage of the river. Type your answers in the chat. Excellent job, Deshay. The old stage, correct and correct. So that's 2 features for the old stage. Very good. Give me 2 features for the youthful stage. Deshay says that the youthful stage meanders, not so much in the youthful stage. And waterfalls, we can't really see them based on this diagram, but they would be found in the youthful stage. So waterfalls would be correct. We can't identify it from this diagram, but there would be waterfalls in the youthful stage. Any other features that are visible in the youthful stage? Remember we talked about when 2 rivers meet. Excellent job, Deshay. So tributaries, one of the main things we see in the youthful stage of the river. Very good. Those tributaries have to join in somewhere. What is that point called? Where 2 tributaries meet or a tributary meets a main river. What is that point called? Excellent job, Deshay. You're on a roll. Confluence is the answer. So in the youthful stage of the river, we can see tributaries as well as confluence. In the old stage of the river, we can see a delta. This is also an estuary point that Deshay pointed out. There is also a lot of meandering going on. Oxbow lakes form here as well, but we don't see any in this diagram. Moving right along, let's look more closely at the characteristics of the youthful river valley. The youthful river valley is V-shaped, meaning the mountains converge to create a V. Additionally, the river channel also has a V-shape due to vertical erosion, Interlocking spurs. The spurs are simply the foot of the mountain ranges, and they interlock almost like my fingers. This would cause the river to bend and weave around those interlocking spurs. So the interlocking spurs, or the spurs themselves, are the foot of the mountain, and where they come together, we refer to that as interlocking spurs. So this diagram shows us an example of just that. So the V-shape valley, these arrows are pointing, showing us the foot of the mountain forming a V-shaped valley. The interlocking spurs are the foot of the mountain as they crisscross each other. The youthful stage of the river is fast flowing and has a very steep gradient. We know that word from math, the gradient or the slope. This is what increases a river's energy or velocity. This area also has waterfalls, someone mentioned earlier, and rapids. Waterfalls is a subtopic that we will cover next class. Potholing due to corrosion also takes place. Remember, corrosion is another word for abrasion. Potholing occurs at the base of waterfalls as boulders and pebbles spin due to the turbulence of the water at the foot of a waterfall. So the image on the right, on the bottom right, shows a cave being exposed at the foot of a waterfall due to potholing. This diagram shows a youthful river valley as clear as possible, looking from the source all the way down towards the mouth. This is what I was referring to in the smaller diagrams earlier, our V-shaped valley. Our interlocking spurs refers to the foot of the mountain and how they crisscross each other. Characteristics of a mature river valley. The mature river valley has a U-shaped valley. It's a lot more gentle. The mature river valley has a moderate gradient, simply meaning the slope or incline isn't as steep. This diagram to the right shows our mature river valley. Notice it is U-shaped and not V-shaped like the youthful stage. In this area of the river, meandering starts to occur. And we saw this diagram earlier from the review, where the river slows down and starts to erode laterally or sideways. Characteristics of an old river valley. The gradient or slope is gentle. The floodplain is wide. Oxbow lakes start to develop, and this diagram to our right shows an oxbow lake, which we will talk a bit more in the slide to come. Deposition is greater than erosion in the old stage. This then leads to the formation of deltas. The diagram to the bottom right shows the Mississippi River Delta. We will also elaborate on that in a video to come. So the formation of an oxbow lake. Looking at diagram A, we can see that a well-developed meander has formed. It looks sort of like a human head, coincidentally. So therefore, we call this narrow portion the neck of the meander. Over time, lateral erosion continues, causing the neck of this meander to be cut across, and the river continues to flow in a straight path. It always seeks to travel the path of least resistance. It leaves behind a feature called an oxbow lake because of the amount of water it still contains. As we look at diagram C, however, the lake starts to dry up, forming an oxbow swamp. Over time, as it is cut off completely, sand, silt, sediments cut off the oxbow completely, leaving behind a horseshoe feature. Once the water dries up, we refer to this feature as a meander scar. Looking at the satellite image below of the formation of a meander between the years of 1985 and 2013, we can see the Ucayali River in Peru. It shows the formation of an oxbow lake. Textbook formation. Okay, we've reached the point where we'll watch a short video clip of the Mississippi River Delta and answer the following questions after. These are some focus questions I want you to think of as the video plays. Which body of water is the Mississippi River Delta located in? Which two features of the delta were highlighted with different colors? What type of delta is the Mississippi River Delta? Identify 3 benefits of the Mississippi River Delta. Let's get started. And lastly, what are some threats to deltas? Now let's get started.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Brennan-Wessels, and welcome to this edition of Earth from Space on the European Space Agency Web TV. This Landsat image from October 3rd of last year shows the Mississippi River Delta, where the largest river in the United States empties into the Gulf of Mexico. In this false color image, land vegetation appears pink, while the sediment of the surrounding waters are bright blue and green. The delta is known as the Birdfoot Delta because of the shape created by the channels extending outward. The Mississippi River Delta built up over millions of years owing to sediment deposition. The tons of sediment carried by the river system created the wetlands in southern Louisiana, which are home to many endangered species and help to protect the mainland from hurricane winds by acting like speed bumps. Over the last several decades, however, the delta's sediment load has been drastically reduced by natural and man-made factors. Extensive oil and gas extraction causes subsidence of the delta and wetlands, and rising sea levels increase erosion as the freshwater vegetation dies due to the influx of salt water. Currently, a chunk of land the size of a football field is lost about every half hour. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina destroyed much of the wetlands, while the 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill affected natural wildlife and the fishing industry. This area is of significant economic importance, providing about 17% of the oil supply to the U.S. and 16% of fisheries harvest, such as shrimp, crab, and crayfish. A third of the nation's oysters come from the Mississippi River Delta. The thematic mapper on Landsat 5 is jointly managed by NASA and the U.S. Geological Survey.
Let's pause our video and reflect on it. Some of the questions we asked, well, the very first one was, which water body is the Mississippi River Delta located in? And this question was asked last class, and I don't think anyone got it correct. Let's see how we do today. Which body of water does the Mississippi River Delta located in? Shanae says, very good job. Aaliyah as well, very good job, excellent. Anyone else? Any takers? Excellent job. The Gulf of Mexico is the body of water that the Mississippi River Delta is found in. Which two features of the delta were highlighted with different colors? Which two features were highlighted? Deshay, excellent job. Land vegetation. And Shanae, not exactly, not the channel. Deshay also, very good. Sediments was the next answer. So land vegetation and sediments. What type of delta is the Mississippi River Delta? Has to do with its shape. Has to do with its shape. What type of delta is the Mississippi River Delta? Shanae, excellent job. Good. Anyone else? So Shanae was the first one to that answer. The Birdfoot Delta. And number 4, identify 3 benefits of the Mississippi River Delta. 3 benefits. What are some benefits of the Mississippi River Delta? Benefits of the Mississippi River Delta. Excellent job. Deshay says fisheries. Anyone else? Very good. Shanae says habitat or home for wildlife. Excellent. Helps to prevent flooding. Very good, Aaliyah. Excellent answers so far. So in addition, I think we may have missed just one other answer. So habitat for wildlife, protection of the shoreline, oil and gas extraction, also very, very important in this region, as well as fisheries. And question number 5, the final question, what are some threats to deltas? Place your answers in the chat. What are some threats to deltas? Deshay says hurricanes and rising sea levels. Why are sea levels on the rise? Excellent answers, but why are sea levels rising? So sea levels are on the rise due to climate change. Excellent job. Who was that who said that just as I exited the chat? So Deshay, very good. So climate change is one of the factors that is causing sea levels to rise. That threatens the estuary, which is a mixture of both both salt and fresh water, hurricanes, as well as pollution. Excellent job. So that brings us to the end of our lesson today. Not the end of your tasks though. Using your notes, this PowerPoint, and the internet, complete the following assignments. Assignment 6 is titled Meander Formation, and for homework, assignment 7 is titled Oxbow Lake Formation. Now, I know last class we had some challenges with accessing the assignments from the site. I have some instructions for you. So all assignments, as well as this PowerPoint and notes, can be found in the resource folder timetable on the website bahamasvirtuallearning.com. So right where you see the timetable, there should be a folder that shows the various activities, notes, PowerPoints, and links to videos. So our homework assignments, the very first one was our cross section of a meander. We're going to complete the closed passage. Then we have to label the meander bend, as well as draw a diagram of an oxbow lake. So that's the first assignment. Our second assignment is to describe what is happening in the pictures below during the formation of an oxbow lake. And then lastly, we're going to provide details of its formation. So these keywords will help you in answering this first portion. That is your assignment, and that is the end of my time. It was awesome having you in class again today. I look forward to seeing you after the Easter break. I think I would have assigned some 7 pieces of work. So if you were unable to access them earlier, please go back into the folder on the website, download the assignments, and print and complete them. Remember, you're keeping them for your respective teachers. If you have any questions, I will remain in the chat for another minute or two to address those questions. Again, thank you for being a great audience and your participation.
Welcome. You've tuned into Office Procedures Business Nugget, presented by Mrs. LaVan Sands of Virtual School Bahamas. Our topic for today is departments within an organization. In order for companies to run smoothly, there must be well-trained staff within departments to enable the company to achieve their goals and objectives. Can you help me identify the various departments within the organization? 1. Administration. 2. Human resource. 3. Accounts. 4. Purchasing. 5. Transportation. And 6. Legal. The administration department is responsible to coordinate all activities of the various departments. They help to supervise all office services and implement decisions made by the executive body. Human resource, they handle recruitment, promotion, provide training for staff, dismissals, and resignation of employees. Accounts. They're responsible to pay salaries to their employees, record accounts payable and receivable, inventory, payroll, and all other financial transactions. Purchasing. This is also known as the procurement department. It serves as the primary buyer of goods and services within an organization. They make smart purchasing decisions to avoid the company from going over budget. Transportation. They operate a fleet of company vehicles, help to organize other forms of transport, and arrange for delivery of goods to customers safely and on time. Legal. They ensure that the organization does not break the law. They issue legal opinions and explanations concerning the company, and they would represent the company in court if need be. It's just that simple. Our class declaration, remember, you're not here to be average, you're here to be amazing.
Welcome to A Gateway for a Better Life. My name is Mr. Wallace, and I will be sharing today on making moral decisions, a focus on ethical theories. We are thinking about choices as well today. And so as we think about these choices that we want to make today, we say to ourselves, what's moral? What's immoral? What's amoral? Let's discover and see what this lesson is all about today. I would like to say a special thank you to Mrs. Edrika Ferguson and also Ms. Ruth Penniman for sharing this content with me so that I can make it available for you. So let's think about these questions here. Look at them carefully. I'll pause to give you an opportunity to look at them. And I want you to think about the question. How would you respond? Look at it. We talk about it. An old lady walking with many bags. How would you respond? A young child who falls at the park. How would you respond? Parents who ask you to wash dishes. How would you respond? A $50 banknote falls from a pastor's pocket. How would you respond? What would you do? And question 5, a teacher is about to drop a stack of books. One of the things that we like to say is that morality in many cases cannot be legislated. And you may ask the question, why? One of the reasons why morality may not be able to be legislated is because what is right in one home may not necessarily be right in another home. And so in one home, it may be fine to do one thing, and in another home, that may be a no-no. And so how would you respond? This is taking us right into our lesson for today, which is morality and ethics. How would you respond? Would you help an old lady walking with many bags, or would you ignore her? What might you consider to be a sign of morality or a sign of something that's moral or immoral for that matter? Some persons may say, let's help the elderly lady. That's the right thing to do or the moral thing to do. Or that shows that I'm aware of morality and ethics. The child who falls at the park. Some persons may run toward the child and help, and others may say, oh no, that's not the right thing to do. We're not an immediate family member of that child. And number 3 says to us, if a parent asks you to wash dishes, well, a person may say, well, I wasn't the one who made the dishes dirty. But, in some cases, a person also may say, a child may say, oh, well, I know that, it helps the entire household to be clean. And so it's all, a matter of perspective as it relates to morality and ethics. Again, we say morality in some cases cannot be legislated or may not be legislated because what may be right for one may not necessarily be right for another. Let's look at number 4, a pastor who drops $50 from his pocket. Imagine that. Some persons may take it and say it's a blessing. Another person may return it. And then, of course, we have question number 5. A teacher is about to drop a stack of books. Some persons may say, oh, let me run to the aid of the teacher. They may believe that that's the right thing to do. Another person may say, oh, no, especially in this present environment of a global pandemic, that teacher may want me to remain socially distant and not assist. And so again, it's all a matter of perspective. But we know that, especially in our culture and society, we always strive to do what is right or what is best. Let's move on today. What are our objectives? At the end of this lesson, we should all be able to define some key terms, and one of our terms for today is ethics. We want to explain various ethical theories, and they include today hedonism and utilitarianism and egoism and situation ethics and Christian ethics. And we want to apply the ethical theories that we talk about to various scenarios or dilemmas. And so you would realize that from time to time, a person may choose to tap into one of these theories or a combination of these theories in order to make decisions in life. And so we want to have a closer look at these ethical theories today. Let's move forward. I'll give you a moment to have a look at those terms or words that you see on the screen. And then after you have a look at it, I want you to try to commit it to memory and even be able to apply it to your own daily life. And so we're looking carefully at this vocabulary words, pardon me, and they include moral act, immoral or immoral act, morality, and amoral act. We're going to look at that word ethics in a moment, but take a moment, look at them all, and then we will share together. So let's talk about the moral act. The moral act is an act that is considered to be right. Might you have an example of that? If we go back to that first slide or our introductory slide, we may say that returning the pastor's money to him is a moral act. We recognize that the pastor, he or she dropped it. We recognize that it was blowing in the breeze and they might not have seen that. And we also say to ourselves, let's do the right thing. Let's do the correct thing. And the correct thing is actually to restore or return the money to the pastor. And so, yes, indeed, that moral act in this instance would be returning that $50 banknote to the pastor, an act that is considered to be right or moral or correct. So let's look at the immoral act, an act that is considered to be wrong. So we see that the pastor would have dropped those funds. And we also say to ourselves, that money will come in handy for my lunch this week. That may be considered immoral. Some people may say, well, what if you did not see from where the funds came or the monies came? Well, that's a different argument. But in this case, we do realize, and that's an argument that I'm not getting into just now. But in this case, we know that if we would have seen someone drop something and we withhold it for ourselves, we believe that that indeed is an immoral act or something that is wrong or incorrect. Who knows? That could have been the pastor's gas money, tithe money, or money for a family member, or money for a member he was attempting to be a blessing to in the congregation. And so we always want to do what is right or what is best to the best of our ability. Indeed. Let's talk about morality. Morality is concerned with right or wrong behavior. And so we know that there's some actions that may be considered good and some acts or actions that may be considered bad. And so we know that morality is concerned or connected to a right or wrong behavior. And amoral, this is always a very interesting perspective, and always interesting act. An act that shows no understanding or no clear understanding of what is right or wrong. How can we apply that to daily life? Think about it. An amoral act. So an act that shows no understanding of right or wrong. We're thinking about, let's say, a toddler perhaps. Let's think about it. This toddler is 3, maybe 4, and of course, they're still developing their moral compass. So when we think about this old concept or term of moral compass, we're thinking about the direction that leads us to what is right and the direction, that leads us to what may be wrong. These words are sometimes tongue twisters. And so we think about the moral compass, and we think about an amoral act. A young person may not have, or a toddler, I should say, may not quite have their moral compass quite all together there yet. And so an example may be the toddler sees the pastor drop the money and takes it and throws it in the garbage. The toddler may mistake that piece of money for a piece of trash. Can you imagine? And so the young person, the very, very young person, the toddler, may not quite understand that the pastor dropped something valuable and it should be returned to the pastor. And so there's not quite an understanding or full understanding of what is right or wrong. And so in that case, we call it an amoral act. You may be able to discover one that is better than the one that I would have talked about. Think about it. would you consider to be an amoral act? Think about it. And as you think about it, let's move on a little bit. And now the question is, the statement is, you have me thinking, what comes to your mind? What comes to your mind when you think of the word ethics? I think you should write your answers down in your chat, or perhaps on a piece of paper, or commit it to memory, or even share it with a friend. Think about this word. Let's spell it together. Ethics. I don't know. It seems as if I have some tongue twisters today. If you think that we have tongue twisters now, imagine, wait until we get to the theories. Some of them are very interesting to say, but we will practice it and we'll say it together. Ethics, E-T-H-I-C-S. He may be thinking himself. Let's move forward. I want you to look at these words. I want you to call them out with me as I call them out. And I think I'm going to be going around and to my right. And so we have the word moral, and then principles, honesty, right, fairness, responsibility, conscience, choice, honor, value, and integrity. All of these words are connected to the concept of ethics and in some cases morality. But we speak now specifically about ethics. If you wanted to get a short definition, because I know sometimes it may be a little difficult to remember lengthier definitions, I always encourage students to take out those nuggets that are most important, put it in their own words, and make sure it sounds just like what you're trying to say, just like what you want to say, and then make it your own. But don't deviate from the root definition too much, because you really want to have the essence of the statement. So this is how I would define ethics. I would say that ethics is a set of rules that people live by. And so you really want to think about how you would say it in your own words. You have a number of words that can help you to make your own definition. But I usually say ethics is a set of rules that people live by. Some people have work ethics, some people have family ethics, some people have school ethics, business ethics, but of course, indeed, a set of rules that people live by. That's my personal definition. And you can use that if you wish, but let me give you something that is a little fuller. So the term ethics comes from the Greek word ethikos, another tongue twister, be careful, meaning character. It is the customary way to behave in society. And so I want to pause here, because I'm not sure if we were able to include it in this slide or another, but let's just talk about how we learn how to behave in society, where we learn how to behave in society, who helps us to shape our lives as we talk about learning the way to behave in society. So let's pause there for a moment. Where do we learn right and wrong from? Where might we learn our ethics from? Our morality from? Where do we learn, or whom? From whom do we learn these things? I think that's a better question. So let's think about it. Who do you have in your mind? Who perhaps may be the first teacher? Who perhaps may be the first instructor? And so I am thinking what's coming to my mind, and you can jot it down as well, but what's coming to my mind, definitely parents. They help us to learn right from wrong. And then we have our teachers. They help us to learn right from wrong as well. And then we have our pastors, our religious leaders in the community. And of course, we also have our law enforcement agents and so many others who add to helping us learn the right way to behave in society. When we talk about socialization, socialization is also connected to knowing how to behave, or being trained or taught how to behave in society. And so ethics is a part of it, and socialization is definitely another part of it. You may want to ask yourself the question, how do we know that we have done something right? How do we know that we've done something wrong? One of the ways that we know that we would have done right or wrong is looking at the consequences of our actions, or the rewards that we receive from our actions. And so if we steal something, and we know that in societies, generally, that's something that's not right, something that is immoral or incorrect, there is a punishment. However, if we return something that is lost to its owner, in many societies and in many cases, a person is rewarded for returning that which was lost. And so there's usually a celebration and even some prize money in some instances, depending on that which was lost. But indeed, our consequences help us to discover right from wrong. What else helps us to discover right from wrong? Perhaps the rules that are put in place. And so the rule or the law or the custom may be that if we do this, the consequence or the reward is that. And so the rules govern behavior, and the rules help us to understand right from wrong as well. What other things might help us to discover right from wrong? Our conscience. I'm not sure if we have that word available today in this presentation, but these are the nuggets separate and apart from our presentation today. And I hope that you're taking them down. Sometimes, teachers have these teachable moments and we just go right into something that may be beneficial or helpful. And so let's talk about conscience for a moment. What is our conscience? Many persons like to say it's an inner voice that directs us as it relates to when we're doing right and or when we're doing wrong. And so our conscience is sometimes, for the believer, for the Christian, that voice or the voice of the Holy Spirit directing us to do right and causing us not to do wrong, chastising us or rebuking us or chastening us when it is that we are intending or do wrong. And so we listen to the voice of conscience, we listen to the voice of reason, and we know that our conscience is an inner voice that tells us right from wrong. And so all of these concepts, all of these terms are connected to ethics and morality. I think we should get back on track now. We've gone a little ways around, but we are back on track as we move forward. Ethics explore actions and consequences, motives, moral decision-making, and human nature. So we talked about a little of all of that just a few moments ago. Have a look at this slide again, and then you're going to see this wonderful picture that emphasizes right and that discourages wrong. Right, of course, is closer to the bottom. And so we always want to be on the side of right. Make sure you know how to spell the word ethics. Can you spell it with your eyes closed? Let's look now at our ethical theories. What do we have here? Egoism. Say it with me, egoism. A person's one and only basic duty is to obtain for himself the greatest balance of good over evil. And so what do we want? Sometimes people say the egoist is the selfish person. Sometimes the individuals may say that the egoist is the person who is only concerned about himself. And that second part is more accurate than the first part. We try not to call the egoist selfish, but we try to always say that he is concerned for himself to obtain more of the good than of the bad for himself and his life. And so if someone's personal advantage did not hurt anyone else, then the world would be a good place. Let's read a little bit more. Often we do something to help ourselves. When we do something to help ourselves, we may hurt someone else. What else do we have before us? This is an example. I don't know. Some of these terms are tongue twisters. I really try to work around them. I'm going to try my best. So let's think again now. And I want to give you an examination nugget for answering questions of this nature, but that will come shortly. For now, commit the term and its meaning to memory. I'll say it one more time. An egoist, someone who desires to obtain for himself the greatest balance of good over evil. An example of egoism would be a person who owes money to a friend and decides to pay the friend back. Not because that person owes the money, but because it is in his best interest to pay his friend back so that he does not lose his friendship. And so we know in this instance that the friendship seemingly is the greatest balance of good over evil for the individual. And so he does not want to lose the friendship, which is in his view good. And so he says, I'm going to pay my friend back. So the greatest balance of good over evil is retaining or keeping that friendship. And so we're grateful for the balance of good over evil in this instance. It is very important to say now, and I will repeat it maybe at least 2 or 3 more times during this presentation. The way that you may choose to answer a question like this is totally up to you. It is important to be guided by the definition and your personal feeling or idea about the question or the concern or the concept. And once you're able to stand behind your argument with the basis, you have to be awarded your points. And so I really want you to consider strongly knowing your terms, knowing the meanings of your terms, but moreover, being able to be confident enough to, if it is that you deviate from the line of response or the lines of this response that you see in instances here demonstrated or here explained, it's fine, but be able to stand behind your argument because you will be awarded your points. Some teachers, some instructors may say, I don't necessarily like the response. And that's fine. That's fine. Again, we talked earlier about morality not being legislated, but we want you to be in a position to know your term, know its meaning, and be able to answer using the strength of the term and the meaning. We want you to be able to answer in that regard. And of course, if you're able to support it adequately or effectively presenting another perspective, that's fine. Absolutely fine. And you will be awarded. You will be awarded your points. Let's look at another, hedonism. This theory was discovered by a Greek philosopher, another tongue twister, Epicurus. I hope I got it right. Let's look and see what he says. He believed that everyone strives for pleasure, which is happiness. Everyone strives for pleasure, which is happiness. Let's move on. Types of pleasure can be physical or mental and or spiritual. Pleasure is good, while pain is bad. And we have an example here, but before I dash into the example, let's talk a little bit more about hedonism. I'll simplify the definition for you, and what I like to say is pleasure is good, pain is evil. One should seek to free the body from pain and the soul from confusion. One should seek to free the body from pain and the soul from confusion. I've learned this nugget from Mrs. Vanita Capron Ferguson. She said, if pleasure brings pain, well, then it's not pleasure at all. And so that's another way to look at it. And of course, you add that to the fuller definition that you would have been provided. But that's interesting too. If pleasure brings pain, well, then it may not necessarily be pleasure at all. Thank you, Mrs. Ferguson. And so as we look at our example for today, if you've ever eaten too much candy at one time, you know how this works. You may enjoy the candy at the time, but soon after you get a terrible stomachache, and in the long run, your teeth may rot away. It says will, but I chose to use the term may, because a person may dash quickly and brush their teeth and brush the sugar away from their teeth. However, if pleasure brings pain, then it's not pleasure at all. Pleasure is good, pain is evil. One should seek to free the body from pain and the soul from confusion. And so on the one hand, think about it. On the one hand, enjoying the candy is a pleasurable thing. On the other hand, if there's too much candy that's consumed, the tummy may hurt or the stomach. And in addition to that, there may be some cavities that a person develops because of their overconsumption, if I can use that word or make of that word, of candy. And so we see the pleasure side, but we also see the pain side as well. And nobody wants to have any dental work because sometimes that can be painful. And so you always think about the long run, what happens down the road. And so even though pleasure may be momentary, sometimes it's fleeting, but there are experiences and instances where pleasure is sustained or happiness or joy is sustained. And of course, we obtain that through the Lord Jesus Christ. Let's move forward. Utilitarianism. Oh my word, that's another heavy duty one. I don't even know how many letters we have there, but utilitarianism. We move forward. It was created by an Englishman known as Jeremy Bentham. He believed that anything that promotes happiness is called utility, while anything that promotes unhappiness, is called mischievousness. Let's read some more. Utilitarianism focuses on the greatest good of the greatest number or amount of people. In essence, whatever produces the greatest good for the greatest amount of people is considered good or utility. Let's see what we have here as our example. Your parent gives you $90 to pay for your BGCSE examinations. They are around the corner. Nautica is having a sale on your favorite pair of tennis, which usually costs $180. The tennis is discounted at 50%. And so you're tempted to purchase them, but you decide not to because you will benefit more from taking the exam rather than a moment of pleasure. Think about that. Think about that. You may look nice for the upcoming party, but what about the future? This will result in you becoming successful and having the necessary examination subjects for college entrance or job. And so utility in this case, the good in this case is to forego the niceties or the fineries. I'm not sure if I'm getting these words right. I think my grandmother may want me to get them right, I'm sure. But let's go back. Let's go back. So you may want to enjoy nice things, but in the long run, after successfully passing BGCSE examinations and securing a job or being able to go to college or university, there is a greater likelihood that you're able to generate even more funds and even attend more opportunities and have opportunities, to purchase even nicer things. And so, of course, utility is ensuring that you get your examinations so that you can have the capacity or the ability to enjoy greater. And so it's always the greatest good of the greatest number or for the greatest number of persons. And of course, you're not thinking about momentary pleasure, but you're thinking about down the road. And definitely, you'll be able to be a blessing to your family with a college degree, with an opportunity to be employed. And so definitely, we think about the greatest good of the greatest number. Take a moment, try to learn how to spell that big word. I sometimes forget myself, but it's always good to look at it again and again so that you can get it down pat. Let's move forward. Situation ethics. This theory was established by Joseph Fletcher, an American professor. There's no right or wrong way to judge a situation, but our judgment must be based on LOVE. Now, when we talk about love, what type of love is this? I will just drop a nugget or two here, but we recognize that according to the Greeks, there are at least 3 to 4, even 5 types of love. And so in this case, it's not the eros, that love expressed between husband and wife, that sexual type of love. It's not the philos, not necessarily the brotherly love. It's not the storge, the maternal love or the love for things. We believe that it is the agape love, that unconditional love of Christ. And so when we think about making our judgments based on love for situation ethics, we're thinking, I believe it's leaning toward the side of the agape love. And so let's read some more. Our example, one of your classmates dislikes you and often bullies you. He or she gets into a difficult situation and you are the only person in the class who can assist him or her. Instead of looking at your relationship to make a decision, you decide to assist him or her, demonstrating love. And so as we look at our example for today, wow, an opportunity to help a bully. To respond in love is really how a situation ethicist would respond. I'll give you a moment to look at it again, and then we move forward. Christian ethics. Now, this may be a pretty good one, a pretty easy one, because we all have an idea of who a Christian is. And so we recognize that a Christian is a follower of Christ, a student, a learner, one who lives according to the principles of God's holy word. And so there we have the definition in Bar. So I'll read what we have before us. One makes his or her own decisions based on guidance and inspiration from the Christian scriptures and traditions. Most Christian ethicists agree that the sources for doing ethics include revelation, that's Holy Scripture, and tradition, as well as human reason and experience. And so I also like to say that Christian ethics, of course, rests heavily upon making decisions based on not only the teachings of Jesus Christ, but also the 10 Commandments and recognizing the greatest commandment. What is that greatest commandment? That's Luke 10:27. Loving God with all our heart, our soul, our mind, and our strength, and loving our neighbor as we love ourselves. And so we move forward by recognizing that a Christian ethicist follows those teachings, those principles, and of course, the lifestyle of the Lord Jesus Christ. So our example here, a child is disrespectful to his mother because the parent refuses to allow him or her to go to a friend's birthday party. A Christian ethicist will use the 5th commandment as a guide when making a decision. Honor or respect your parents. I want to say something here about free will or free choice. And so when we talk about free will or free choice, we know that a person has the opportunity to decide or choose his or her own destiny. And we have many biblical examples of free choice. Although Adam and Eve could have chosen not to disobey God, they chose to. And so, and another example is, although Saul on the road to Damascus could have chosen not to follow and obey the voice of the Lord Jesus Christ, he obeyed, or he recognized and respected the voice of the Lord Jesus Christ. And so we have 2 examples of obedience and disobedience, and there's so many others that are throughout God's holy word. And so we recognize that Christian ethics is of course used to guide persons who follow the Lord Jesus Christ and his teachings. I want to say something else now about determinism. I'm not sure if we have an opportunity to feature that, but as we move forward, just think about it. Determinism says that one is a product of his or her environment. And so this is not connected to Christian ethics. It's just a nugget that I'm dropping here for you. External factors influence the outcome of the life of an individual. And so many persons argue and say, well, that is not necessarily so with determinism. A person may say, no, I have the ability, the power to choose to myself a better life, a different life, and that is so. And so even though determinism may be considered an ethical theory, many persons may not necessarily ascend or ascribe to it. But nevertheless, it is. So again, determinism, a special nugget for today, again, not connected to Christian ethics, but a special nugget for today, determinism. One's environment determines, their outcome. A person is a product of their environment. External factors influence one's life, their outcome, their experiences. And so let's move forward a bit. That was just a nugget. I hope you got it. Let's talk now about arguments for Christian ethics. The Bible contains the Old and New Testament. Of course, we know about that. And the Bible is a source of authority, of course, in the life of a believer. And also for many others, it contains God's teaching on behavior. Then we have the 10 Commandments that are known as the Decalogue. These are clear rules a person should follow. And so there we have, the Bible is the life examples and teaching of God, and of course his son Jesus, and the power of the Holy Spirit of God. And so I'm sure that you're being amused by the dancing. I think that's the dancing sheep over there. And please take a moment to enjoy them. And the fruit truck is getting ready to deliver them some fresh fruits. I don't know, perhaps I should have used these characters in another one of the presentations, but here we go. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Oh, fantastic. We have our first exercise, the theory and the definition. This is our matching activity. Where does A belong? Where does B belong? C, D, and E. Of course, we have utilitarianism, Christian ethics, egoism, situation ethics, and hedonism. Take a moment to look at your screen. And as you look at your screen, help me to complete the activity for today, or the task one, the first one for today. Let's see. You know what utilitarianism, tongue twister. We know what it says, we know what it means. Let's see if we can match it correctly. Christian ethics again, egoism, situation ethics, and hedonism. Help me. Let's read A together and tell me where it goes. I'll let you respond first, and then I will help those who may need some support along the way. One's only basic duty is to obtain for himself the greatest balance of good over evil. Where does that belong? Greatest balance of good over evil for self. That's egoism or ethical egoism. Number 3. So 3 is A. Very good. Let's do B. Pleasure is good. Pain is bad or evil. Where does that go? Remember we said earlier, if pleasure brings pain, then it's not pleasure at all. One should seek to free the body from pain and the soul from confusion. Let's go. That's actually number 5. So 5 has B to go along with it. Pleasure is good. Pain is bad. One should seek to free the body from pain and the soul from confusion. That's hedonism. Let's take C. When we are faced with a decision about what is the right action to take, we should not apply any rules, but we should respond based on love. I think that's a fun one. And we talked about the agape love. And so we said that love directs us, that agape love of Christ, that unconditional love of Christ. I think that's situation ethics number 4. So number 4 is C. Am I right? I believe that we're right. Let's go down to D. The greatest good of the greatest number of people. Oh yes, we talked about good meaning utility in this case. That's number 1, D, utilitarianism. And the last one, I believe that we're getting it all right together. Hopefully you were checking them off along the way as well. E contains God's teachings on behavior. That's God's holy word. And so since I don't see the word Bible in the first column, let's take it and we'll say that's 2. E, Christian ethics. Hopefully you got 100%, 5 out of 5. And now we take a moment to look at it again, and then we move forward. Yes, indeed. I recalled saying earlier on that I wanted to give you an examination nugget, and here we have it. So our examination nugget: when answering questions that require you to make a decision based on a theorist's view, you must or you will, which reminds me, somebody please say, remind him to say something very special to us soon. Give the meaning or the definition of the theory and explain how the theorist will respond to the situation. So whenever we get ready to answer questions where we see ethical theories or terms, we want to define the term or the theory that we see first. And then, based on the theorist, and then we will respond in the way whereby we believe the theorist would respond in that or similar to that same way. Moral language words, moral language terms, moral language words, moral language terms. They include the following. Another special nugget. You know, Mr. Wallace drops these nuggets from time to time throughout the presentation. You may not see a slide, but listen carefully to our moral language words, our moral language terms. Good, bad, right, wrong, ought, should, and must. I'll say them again. Good, bad, right, wrong, ought, should, and must. And so when we talk about those moral language terms or those moral language words, we're talking about good and bad, right and wrong. What is the correct thing to do? What is the incorrect thing to do? Is this amoral, A-M-O-R-A-L? And so we think about the last 3, ought, should, and must. When we think about ought, should, and must, these words always direct us or suggest what is the better or the correct thing to do, the best thing that can be done in an experience, in an instance, in a scenario, in a dilemma. So I'll repeat that again. Ought, should, and must suggest what is the best thing or the correct thing or the right thing to do in a dilemma, in an experience, or in a situation. That's another special nugget. And so please commit that to memory. So if you see it again, you will therefore know what the correct way to respond is. Let's move forward. And we're coming down to the end of our session. But we have this task. This is task 2. Task 2, tongue twisters. Oh my word. Let's move forward. Your house is burning down. Inside are 2 people, your aged grandfather who is in a wheelchair and a doctor who has discovered a cure for one of the world's greatest diseases, and that's COVID-19. Oh my word. He carries the formula in head or in his mind. There is only one that you can save. Time to save only one. Whom do you save? How would the followers of the following 4 theories respond to these situations? Let's go. We have the hedonist. Hedonism, remember what we said? We define that theory first, and then we respond based on the theorists. Again, I will also add that you may seek to answer this question differently from how it's answered presently. Remember the steps. You will be awarded your points. We all think differently, and your argument indeed may be a little bit stronger than the argument that I present. However, be able to support your argument with something that's strong, something that's solid and sound, and you will be awarded your points. But remember, we always define our theory first, and then we move into the way that we believe the theorist is going to respond. Hedonism. Pleasure is good. Pain is evil. One should seek to free the body from pain and the soul from confusion. Therefore, a hedonist may want to rescue the grandfather. The grandfather and the hedonist in this instance has relationship. The grandfather is in a wheelchair. We also respect the fact that because of the relationship that the person in the scenario has with the grandfather, it may cause him pain to see his grandfather perish. He may not necessarily have a relationship with the medical professional, with the doctor. And so he may say, pardon me, pleasure is good. I would like to enjoy more experiences with my grandfather. Pain is evil. I don't want to see him perish. I don't want to risk losing him in this way. I want to free my body from pain, the loss of my grandfather, and my soul from confusion. What could I have done differently? Oh, I allowed my grandfather to perish. And so in this case, it's difficult, of course, to have to make a decision about rescuing one and losing another. But in this case, and based on my perspective, again, you may see things a little differently. But based on my perspective, he may want to save the grandfather because of the relationship and because of the aforementioned explanation. Again, you may see things a little differently, which is fine, and we respect that, but just be able to stand in a strong way and a firm way behind your position. And once you can justify your response using the theory, you should be just all right and awarded your points. The egoist. One seeks to obtain for himself the greatest balance of good over evil. Again, in this case, the individual may choose to save the grandfather because of relationship, because of that family connection. And he may say, for myself, I want my grandfather's life to be preserved. I want to be able to spend more time with him. And so for himself, the greatest balance of good over evil may be the rescuing or the saving of the grandfather. Again, your perspective may be a bit different. Let's talk about the utilitarian. And this is where our conversation changes a little bit. Our conversation changes here because we recognize that the doctor has the cure for COVID and it's in his mind. So we're thinking now, utilitarianism says to us the greatest good of the greatest number of people. Whatever brings the greatest utility is what we want to employ. And so with that being said, definitely we would want to save the doctor because he's able to produce his cure and save so many hundreds of thousands, even millions of persons around the world. And situation ethics. There's no right way or wrong way to respond to a situation, but we should always respond to situations in L-O-V-E, love. That's the agape form of love. And so now, what do we do? What do we do? We can respond to, and this is, I will leave it, open-ended, and you can make a decision. If the person is considering agape love, he may want to save the grandfather, again because of that unconditional Christ-like love that he may have for the grandfather. But this person may also have an unconditional or Christ-like love for the universe, for the people that God created. And so he may even opt, he may also, or conversely, offer to opt to rescue the doctor who has the cure for the COVID-19. So imagine that. One person may choose the grandfather because of the agape love for family, and another person may choose the doctor because he has an unconditional love for humanity. That one, and that's exactly what we say. Sometimes you can take it to the left or take it to the right, or it's all a matter of personal perspective, but be able to stand behind, of course, your responses with the theory in mind. Let's see if we can drive it home. Feels as if we've been talking for a while, but that's a good thing. Hopefully you're getting the nuggets and the tips that will help you. So we're looking now at the recap of today's lesson. I think we have one more activity and we'll be driving it along home. Identify the theory for each slogan. Please put your answers on a piece of paper or in the chat, or share it with a friend, or commit it to memory, or even shout it out loud. The greatest good for the greatest number of people. Which one is that? Utilitarianism. I think we got it now. Pleasure is good and pain is bad or evil. One should seek to free the body from pain and the soul from confusion. What do we have here? Hedonism. That's right. And then the use of biblical teachings to make decisions. That's the 10 Commandments, the teachings of Jesus Christ, loving God, loving neighbor. I think we have an idea as to what that is. That's right, Christian ethics. And then we have faced with a decision about what is the right action to take, do not apply any rules, but do so on the basis of love. Remember, we talked about love a number of times today. And we have situation ethics. That is correct. So what do we have now? To obtain for oneself the greatest balance of good over evil. That is egoism. Before we talk about this last activity for today, do you remember what I said about free will or free choice? The ability to choose one's own path or destiny. Do you remember what I said about determinism? I said external factors determines someone's outcome or influences their life. A person, in some cases, is a product of their environment. And so remember we said that that's not necessarily so, but it's just another perspective. That perspective of determinism is another perspective. And so take a few moments, read this passage, and then we will follow along with the questions that come. Thomas and his friends live below the poverty line, or the poverty level. They do not have their basic needs met. There are many gangs in the neighborhood that are involved in many illegal activities. If one becomes a member of the gang, he will have enough funds to take care of himself and his family. Thomas's brother has been encouraging him to join one of the gangs. Thomas knows that this is wrong. He knows that it's immoral. This goes against everything that he believes. Additionally, to become a member of a gang, he has to be initiated. He has to burglarize a business or vandalize 3 churches or even shoot an individual. Wow. Imagine that. What should Thomas do? Should he follow his conscience or should he join the gang? Now, just before we move forward, remember we talked about 3 special words: ought, should, and must. They are moral language words, moral language terms. In this case, should suggests that he should do the right thing or the best thing. And so if you see a question like that, you know what the right thing would be or the best thing would be. And so I'll leave that there and we'll move forward. Using the scenario on slide number 21, how will the following theories respond to a given situation? What should Thomas do as an egoist, a hedonist, utilitarian, tongue twister again, and situation ethicist, Christian ethicist? And remember this nugget. When answering questions that require you to make a decision based on a theorist's view, you must or should give the meaning or the definition of the theory first and then explain how that theorist would respond to the situation. And so let's take a moment just to conclude today's lesson with this activity. How would an egoist respond? Do you remember the definition or the meaning of that term? One seeks to obtain for himself the greatest balance of good over evil. Sometimes I even forget them myself. I have to pause to remember them. But yes, one seeks to obtain for himself the greatest balance of good over evil. In this instance, it has been defined for us or laid out for us that the young man in the question or in the scenario or in the dilemma is one who does what is right and recognizes that there's a clear distinction between right and wrong. And so in this case, he may choose to do what is best for himself, the greatest balance of good over evil. And since he knows that those acts are immoral acts, and he always tries to do what is right, he may choose not to join the gang because he knows that joining the gang will require him to do some exercise of initiation. And he also knows that those three exercises are wrong. And so for himself, the greatest balance of good over evil may be to avoid joining that gang and being a part of that illegal activity. Because again, he wants the greatest balance of good over evil for himself. And since the question lays out for us that he does what is right, he's a moral young person, he will choose what is the greatest balance of good over evil for himself and choose not to be a part of that gang and its activities. Again, don't forget, if you choose another perspective, there's nothing wrong with that. Just be able to stand behind your argument and be able to justify it, providing evidence based on the theorist and the theory, and you should be awarded your points. There's nothing wrong with a different perspective. Hedonist. A hedonist. Does anyone remember that definition, that explanation? Pleasure is good, pain is evil. One should seek to free the body from pain and the soul from confusion. And so when we think about the hedonist, we are thinking about a person seeking to free his body from pain and the soul from confusion. Although the individual in the scenario or in the dilemma may have some instant gratification, being able to provide for the family, what are some of the long run consequences? He has to be a part of destroying persons and property, persons' lives and properties of others. Is that good or bad? And so for the hedonist, even though he believes in pleasure, in the long run, remember we always say pleasure brings pain, then it's not necessarily pleasure at all. And that of course is specific to the individual. But in the long run, his soul may be confused and bothered or troubled based on him having to do those things that cause destruction and vandalism and even taking one's life. And so from the hedonist perspective, he may choose not to join for those reasons aforementioned. Let's talk about the utilitarian perspective. The greatest good of the greatest number of people. And so in this case, the person in the scenario may choose to join the gang because he wants to provide for his family. And so if we're thinking about the greatest good for the greatest number, he may engage in one of those acts of vandalism, burglary, or even taking someone's life because he, in the long run, recognizes that he has the opportunity to provide funds or generate funds for his family. And so in this case, the utilitarian may choose to join the gang and do one of those illicit or illegal activities to be able to provide for his family, which represents the greatest good of the greatest number or for the greatest number, that concept of utility. Situation ethics. There's no right or wrong way to respond to a situation, but all situations should be responded to in love or by love. And so if this young person loves in an agape way the family members, he may or may not seek to do those acts of vandalism. Don't forget the love that we're talking about, we believe, is that Christ-like or unconditional type of love. And so he may decide against joining in with the gang because he loves his family so much that he wouldn't want them to experience any adverse or negative effects of him being a part of the gang life, so to speak. Again, sometimes it gets very, very interesting the way a person chooses to respond to these dilemmas or scenarios. Again, it's absolutely fine to think differently or to respond differently from what you're hearing and seeing now. Just be able to stand behind the theory and explain it as best you can and justify your response. You will be awarded your points. Christian ethicists. And so, of course, we recognize that this person follows the teachings of the Lord Jesus Christ, the 10 commandments, and of course, that greatest commandment, loving God and loving neighbor. And so we know that, of course, this person is someone who does what is right based on the 10 commandments, the teachings of Jesus Christ. And we also know that this individual does not believe in murder because the 10 commandments say to us, thou shalt not kill. This person, of course, does not believe in destruction because we are called to be stewards. And so a steward is one who carefully manages the resources of another. And so truth be told, the Christian ethicist, of course, is not going to support any form of vandalism, burglary, or murder because that's just not how God operates. And so as we look at our lesson for today, you, of course, may seek to answer or respond differently, and that is absolutely fine. Hopefully today's lesson was helpful. Hopefully today's lesson really and truthfully opened your eyes to the whole concept of morality and ethics. And we'll do a very quick recap before we end today. Tell me about today's lesson. Do you remember the meaning of the word ethics? Do you remember the meaning of the word morality? Can you remember at least 2 of the ethical theories definitions, and can you apply it to something that is going on in your daily life? We want to thank you for tuning in and joining in with us here. This is Religious Studies, a gateway to a better life. I am Mr. Wallace, and I'm grateful that you are going to do well as a result of you applying the information that you've received from today's presentation. All the best, and God bless you. Welcome to Religious Studies, a gateway to a better life. Today we want to look at the unit, the sanctity of life. We want to discover what that actually means, the sanctity of life. Within the unit of the sanctity of life, we want to look at the topic euthanasia. And so that's a big word. But by the end of today's lesson, definitely you will be able to have a better understanding of not only that word or term or phrase, but types of euthanasia. And so before I get ahead of myself, let's look at the next slide and see what our objectives look like for today. At the end of today's lesson, we all should be able to define the terms death and suicide and euthanasia. We want to distinguish the difference between the quality of life and the sanctity of life. We want to summarize scriptures that recognize the sanctity of life. And we want to evaluate at least 3 types of euthanasia, considering arguments for and against the practice. And so take a moment. If you're jotting them down, you can take a few moments to jot down those objectives for today, and then we'll move forward. So let's look at the following scenario, or the following dilemma. I want you to take special note of what you see before you on the screen. And I want you to just pause and have a moment to read the passage for yourself. And then I will read it with you. And then we will look at some of those review questions together. So have a look. What do you see in that picture? Would you like to describe what you see? Some of us might have seen something like this before with a loved one, a family member, or friend. Let's now look at the passage. Miss Johnson has lived a full and successful life. At her annual doctor's visit, She has discovered that she has an incurable illness and may only have months to live. What news to receive at the doctor's office? How does she look? How do you think she's feeling? What do you think she may be looking at? She's looking off into the distance, seemingly. What might she be thinking about? Let's look at some direct questions. What could her fears be? What could her thoughts be? Based on her illness, what may Ms. Johnson consider? What might she consider to do? Her fears. She may be thinking about her family members. She may be thinking about her friends. She may be thinking about not being able to receive treatment because there's no cure for what she's facing. She may be thinking about her career. She may be thinking about her accomplishments. She may be thinking about so many things in this moment. How would you feel if you received a report of that nature? We wouldn't want to at all, of course not. But what would you say? What would you do? How would you feel? What are some considerations? What may she want to consider to do? May she want to consider taking an extended vacation to enjoy her last months or years on Earth or alive? May she want to spend more time with family members and friends? May she want to take up a hobby or a task that she might have never been able to do before? May she want to speak to the doctors about considering some sort of treatment or medication that may support her in her time of illness as best they can? So many questions can come out of this picture and out of this scenario. And so with that being said, we want to move forward. Again, reflect on those questions. What could be her fears? What could be her thoughts? And based on her illness, what might she consider? Let's move forward. So today we want to be able to define very comfortably these three terms. And again, I want to pause so that you can have a moment to look at it for yourself, and then we will share them together. So somebody asks, what is death? Persons may say, oh, his life is over, her life is over. But to be a little bit more precise, we want to say that death is the cessation of life or the ending of life, the end of one's life. And so that means that life is over. One has stopped breathing. I think from a medical standpoint, and I better not venture into that category as I'm an educator, not a medical practitioner, but we will go with what we have before us, the cessation or the ending of life. And then, of course, we have suicide, intentionally ending one's own life. And then we have euthanasia. And this is exactly where we're going today. What is euthanasia? It means quick and easy death. And it is usually reserved for persons who have an incurable disease or who may be experiencing severe pain and suffering. Have a look at them again. Try to commit them to memory. Which keywords stand out to you as you look at these definitions before you? Let's look at them again. Death and suicide and euthanasia. Let's move forward. So what we want to talk about for a moment is the difference between the sanctity of life and the quality of life. That's something that you may not be familiar with. And so we want to pause and we want to have a careful look at it to see exactly what each means. Although many people say that one's quality of life is concerned with the possessions that they may own, and we're just going to pause quickly just to think about some possessions in addition to what you see before you. What are some of the other things that people may own? Perhaps there may be video games. Perhaps there may be electronic devices. But in our case today, in our preparation, we see houses and cars and assets. Indeed, the quality of life has to do with one's righteousness with God and fellow man. So there's a word there that you may not be too comfortable with, and I just want to jump into it for a moment. Let's talk about righteousness. What does righteousness mean, or what does righteous mean? Usually when we talk about righteousness, we're talking about being in right relationship with, or being in right standing with. I'll repeat that again. Sometimes these words are just some tongue twisters for me. So again, righteousness, or to be righteous, signifies or recognizes or symbolizes or actually just says that one is in right standing with or in right relationship with God in the first instance. And of course, in the second instance, one is in right standing with or in right relationship with their fellow man. And so to be in right standing with and to be in right relationship simply means that we're doing all in our power to recognize, to respect, to reverence our Creator and our brothers and sisters whom we see from day to day. And of course, that's not just our biological brothers and sisters, but those persons who God has created. We're respecting them and we're honoring them. So when we talk about righteousness, again, we're speaking about being in right relationship with God, or in right standing with God and right standing with our fellow man. So that also means that we're not offensive, we're not abrasive, we're not disrespectful, but we're demonstrating honor and dignity and respect to God and to each other. Let's talk a little bit about the sanctity of life. I'll pause so that you can have a look at it for yourself, and then we'll move forward together. So when we talk about the sanctity of life, we're emphasizing that life is holy. Life is sacred. Life is a precious gift from God. And when we recognize that life is not only holy and sacred, and it is a precious gift from God, we recognize that it has value beyond measure. And especially in the times that we're living in, we really want to recognize the uniqueness of life, the gift that God has given to us, which is life. And so it causes us to reconsider some of the things that we say to our fellow man, some of the things that we do toward our fellow man. And I just want to pause and say that indeed, as it is holy and sacred and a precious gift, we want to recognize the fragility of life. We want to, in this culture and in this time, and as we continue to move forward, just to appreciate and to celebrate others. We all have our strengths. We all have our flaws. But I think it is so important for us to respect and to honor human life. And so you'll see more about that as we move forward. But I just want to say again that indeed, when we look at the sanctity of life, we are recognizing that life is holy, that life is sacred, and that life is a precious gift from God. It has value, and its value is beyond measure. Take a moment, look at the difference between the quality of life and the sanctity of life. What comes to your mind? When we think about the quality of life, some may think about things, possessions, of course, but it's more than that. It's being in right standing, right relationship with, being standing with God and man righteously. Then, of course, we look at the sanctity of life. Some may say it's similar, some may say it's the same, some may say it's slightly different, but we recognize that the sanctity of life has to do with the holiness of life, the sacredness of life, and we recognize that life is a precious gift from God, and it has value beyond measure. Let's move forward. And so we have 5 guiding passages of scripture. So I want you really, this is the longest one, and so no need to fear. There's some other shorter passages that you'll be seeing shortly, but take a moment, look at it, definitely recognize and appreciate where it's coming from, and then we will read it together. Then God said, and now we will make human beings. They will be like us and resemble us. They will have power over the fish, the birds, and all animals, domestic and wild, large and small. So God created human beings, making them to be like himself. He created them male and female, blessed them and said, have many children, so that your descendants will live all over the earth and bring it under their control. I am putting you in charge of the fish, the birds, and all the wild animals. So let's break this down. That's a lot that is being said in Genesis. That's Genesis 1, 26, 27, and 28. And I believe that if we have a takeaway from this particular passage, I think, we can look at what God says in the King James Version. This is actually the Good News translation of the Good News Version. But we do know and recognize and appreciate that we are made in the image of God and in the likeness of God, and that God has given us dominion. And dominion, of course, as we see here, is loosely translated as power, or the authority to be a steward, the ability to be a steward, and the ability to care for something that really and truthfully belongs to somebody else, because that's what stewardship is. Stewardship is recognizing that what you have responsibility for or charge over belongs to another person, but you are a careful manager of the possessions or the items or the things that belong to someone else. And so I'll pause right there. When we talk about dominion, we're talking about that power, that ability, that authority to be responsible for something that belongs to somebody else. Let's talk a little bit more now about being made in the image and likeness of God. This is something I really want us to pause and think about. When we're talking about being made in the image of God, we recognize that God indeed is a Godhead. And so we recognize that God is Father, Creator, that God is Son, Jesus, who is our Savior, and that God is Holy Spirit as well, the one who draws us back to God. And so we respect the Holy Spirit and say He, and not necessarily it. I know sometimes persons, make that little boo-boo there, but we recognize the Holy Spirit is the third part of the Godhead. And we know that the Spirit of God has attributes, fruit, and characteristics and gifts, but we won't go there today. Suffice it to say, we recognize that as God is a Godhead, man too, of course, as created in the image of God and in the likeness of God, we are spirit, we have a soul, and we live in a body. And so we are grateful that we are made truly in the image and in the likeness of God. When we talk about the likeness of God, and I know that this is a lot, but you'll get it. It's rather simple once you listen to it and study it out over and again. When we talk about being made in the likeness of God, we have the capacity to love. We have the capacity to demonstrate compassion. We have the capacity to judge rightly, as directed and as inspired by the Spirit of God. And so when we talk about being made in the likeness of God, we have that capacity to demonstrate kindness and goodness and gratitude. We have the capacity to do so many great things. We have the capacity to be creative as well. And so even as God is creator, we have the capacity to create as well. And so I think we better move on, because we don't want to zoom in only on that concept, but it's just a little bit to help you with, these concepts of being made in the image of God and the likeness of God and walking in dominion. And it is important to note that God has given us dominion over animals and things and not necessarily over each other, because we recognize and we respect that we are God's creation and we respect God's children and God's creation. We have dominion over things and over the things that God would have created, but definitely we recognize that God is ultimately in control, and we love our brothers and sisters, those whom God has created. And so let's move forward. So this passage says to us, I chose you before I gave you life, and before you were born, I selected you to be a prophet to the nations. And so God is speaking to Jeremiah here. And this is Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5. And so this, if we look at it carefully, just simply says to us, and not simply, but profoundly says to us, that God has created us and God has given each of us a purpose. And so yours may be a little bit different from mine, but God created us and He's given us each a purpose. In Jeremiah's case, God had called him to be a prophet. And in so many other cases, God calls us to be different things, or calls us what He needs us to be a blessing to the people around us. Let's move forward. So scripture says here in Psalm 139 and 13, you created every part of me. You put me together in my mother's womb. And so this reminds us here now too that God is creator. And not only is he creator, he fashioned us, or he knit us together, some passages say, even in the tummies or in the wombs of our mothers. And so God has been a part of our creation, even from inception and conception. Interesting words. Go and check them out. And so God is our creator, and indeed he was there all the way from the very, very beginning. So do not commit murder. And of course, we know that this is one of the 10 commandments, Exodus chapter 20, verse 13. So before we even talk about this one, how many can you remember? How many can you name? Take a moment to reflect on them. I don't think I'll help you with this one, but take a moment. Reflect on those commandments. Are they coming to mind? Of course, we're remembering, thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not lie. Of course, this one is translated a little differently or presented a little differently. You may say, thou shalt not murder, or thou shalt not kill. And of course, there are others, honor your father and mother so that your days may be long. Of course, do not covet, do not commit adultery. Which have I forgotten? And so when we talk about not committing murder, that means that we recognize that indeed, life is holy, life is sacred, life is a precious gift from God, and we do not want to end someone's life. Many people would say, oh, well, God has given life and he should be the only one to take it away. And so, of course, many believers, most believers feel exactly the same way. Don't commit murder. Don't commit murder, because we recognize that life is precious, that life has value beyond measure. And so we respect human life. What else do we have here? Let's read this one together. Are you ready? Surely you know that you are God's temple and that God's Spirit lives in you. God will destroy anyone who destroys his temple, for God's temple is holy, and you yourselves are his temple. What does that mean? So this is St. Paul speaking in the first letter to the church at Corinth. This is chapter 3, verses 16 and 17. And so when we look at what we have before us, we are really recognizing and appreciating and realizing now that the Spirit of God lives in the believer, within the believer. And so the Spirit of the Lord, and this is interesting because we started to speak earlier on about the third person of the Godhead, and that is the Holy Spirit. And so it may be good for us just to say a little bit more about who the Spirit of God is. Remember, and I think it's good to just have a sidebar. Remember when we think about the first Pentecost after Jesus's resurrection and ascension, we remember that the disciples, the apostles, were encouraged to wait on the promise of the Comforter. And of course, the Comforter is the Holy Spirit of God. And so when we talk about the Holy Spirit of God, we recognize, as we mentioned earlier, that the Spirit of God has fruit, the Spirit of God has gifts, and the Spirit of God has attributes. And so since we're talking about the Spirit of God who lives on the inside or lives within the believer, let's talk about some of these gifts. The Spirit of God has offered us his gifts according to 1 Corinthians chapter 12. It's something that you may want to look at when you have some free time. And so we know that you have the gift of faith and the gift of miracles and the gift of wisdom and the gift of knowledge. There are a few others as well, discernment or discerning of spirits. And so the gift of the ability to speak in tongues, the gift with the ability to interpret tongues, and of course, prophecy. And so these are the gifts of the Holy Spirit. And so God's Spirit, as he so wills, gives the believers the ability to partake in these gifts. He's the giver of the gift. And so that means that the believer is able to do any one of those things and the Spirit of God is able to lead him to do or her to do. And when we talk about the fruit of the Spirit, this is Galatians chapter 5, verses 22 and 23. And so we are talking now about love and joy and peace and patience and kindness and goodness and meekness. I think I'm forgetting self-control. I think I'm forgetting one or two of them. But when we talk about the gifts of the Spirit of God, we are actually talking about those that we mentioned. But when we talk about the fruit, we have that capacity to walk in love, to walk in patience, to walk in peace, to walk in kindness, to walk in self-control. And when we talk about the attributes of the Spirit of God, that is John chapter 14, the Gospel according to St. John, chapter 14 and chapter 16, guide and revealer and waymaker, and not only that, teacher, and so many other attributes that the Spirit of God has, and we're able to tap into the attributes and be led and directed by the Spirit of God. Again, I felt as if I've gone a little bit off course, but if the Spirit of God, and as the Spirit of God lives in the life or in the believer, in the life of the believer, we recognize that our bodies house the Spirit of God, and we really want to take care of our temple. And so there are some ways that people may choose to destroy these temples that God has given to us, these physical bodies, but we are not going to do that. We are going to take care and respect and honor not only the Spirit of God, but the temple that God has given to us, which is not only a physical place, but indeed our bodies, God's temple. Let's move forward. Wow, we have an exercise. So we want to match the phrase to the scripture. We've done at least 5 of them. I think that's right. That's 5 passages that we've looked at. So I want you to try and see if you can actually match the right letter to the right number, to the right phrase or sentence. And so I'll pause for a few moments and I would give you an opportunity. I'll give you an opportunity just to try it out for yourself, and then we'll do it together. I think that our friend to the right of my screen is actually raising his hand. He may be ready. Are you ready? Let's pause and have a look at it. So we're going to place the answers on our answer line. We're looking at column A and of course column B. So column B has our responses. Column A has our questions or phrases or prompts, and we want to begin. Let's see if we can get through this. Do not take anyone's life, or do not take the life of anyone. That's number 1. Which passage matches, pardon me, tongue twisters again. Which passage matches that scripture or that reference? Let's look and see. Is it A, Jeremiah 1 and 5? Is it B, Genesis 1, 26 to 28? Is it C, Exodus 20 and 13? Is it D, 1 Corinthians 3, 16 and 17? Or is it E, Psalm 139 and 13? Let's look and see. That's right, it's C. So don't take the life of anyone. That's Exodus chapter 20 and 13. That's the 10 Commandments, and that's thou shalt not kill. So let's look at number 2. My body is God's temple. His Spirit lives in me. Which one is that? Is it A? So I don't think I can strike out those that we would have used, and I don't think that we're using any more than once. And so we know that C is gone, and it's only 5. And so let's see if we can find number 2. My body is God's temple. His Spirit lives in me. Is that Jeremiah? A. Is that Genesis? B. Is that Exodus? C. But it can't be C. Is it 1 Corinthians 3? D. Or is it Psalm 139 and 13? E. What would you say that it is? Let's see what we have here. That's D. My body is God's temple. His Spirit lives in me. That's 1 Corinthians 3, 16 and 17. Let's do number 3 together. God created me in my mother's womb. Which one could that be? So we know that C, Exodus is gone. We know that D, 1 Corinthians 3 is gone. Let's see. So we have A available to us, B available to us, and E. Let's see what we have here. Psalm 139 and 13e. That's right, you created every part of me. You knitted every part of me. You knitted me together in my mother's womb, the scripture says. And number 4, I am made in the image and the likeness of God. I have dominion. Is that A, or let's see what else remains, A or B? I am made in the image and likeness of God. I have dominion. I think that's B. Let's see if I'm right. That's right. And the last one. God chose me even before I was born and gave me a purpose. Well, we know we have one response remaining, but let's do it together. It is indeed Jeremiah 1 and 5. How many of you were able to get 5 out of 5? That's actually 100%. I hope you did. Study the scriptures, commit them to memory, be able to apply it to daily life. And now we move forward. There's some very exciting things ahead. So we want to zoom in now on the types of euthanasia. Take a few moments, look at it, try to commit it to memory, and then we will look at them together. So we have active euthanasia, passive euthanasia, voluntary euthanasia. Active euthanasia, something is done to a person to make them die more quickly. Now that sounds very harsh. Let's see if we can take the context here. Let's think about, sometimes we refer to cancer as an incurable disease, or a disease that causes great suffering and pain. Many persons fortunately go into remission with cancer, and unfortunately for some, it comes right back. And so we would never want that to happen to us or to our loved ones. But we refer to cancer as one of those diseases that cause, or illnesses that cause great pain. And so active euthanasia actually says, in the context of cancer, for some persons, something is done to a person to make them die more quickly. And so in this case, drugs are given to ensure that the death process is accelerated, because the person recognizes that the pain is unbearable, it's too great. And so with that being said, something is done to a person to make them die more quickly. Let's look at passive. Any form of treatment that might extend a person's life is withdrawn. And so in this case, we may want to refer to a person who was on a ventilator or a breathing machine, or has some breathing tubes attached to them. So any form of treatment that might extend a person's life is withdrawn. And so the breathing tube, or the ventilator, I believe is the medical term, I'm not sure, but we do recognize that anything that assists or sustains life is withdrawn. And the person allows, and the family in many cases allows nature to take its course. Let's look at voluntary euthanasia. A person asks for their own life to be ended. And so in some cases, a person has their full faculties. And in having their full faculties, they're able to say that their family members, they're able to say that to their medical practitioners, their doctors, etc., I cannot take this pain any longer. We know that this disease is not going anywhere. I'm requesting, this is voluntary euthanasia, I'm requesting that my life is to be ended. And of course, the practices are then advanced that cause for this form of euthanasia to take place. Remember, we said that euthanasia is quick and easy death. A person is being freed from an incurable disease, terrible pain, or terrible suffering. So that's euthanasia. So this form, or this type of euthanasia, which is voluntary, in this case, the person asks for their life to be ended because they have their faculties, they are speaking to their family members and their medical practitioners, and they recognize that, hey, because of what I'm facing, I'm requesting that my life be ended. So let's move forward. Look at it, try to take it in. It may be new for many, but it's rather easy once you have a careful look at it. Now we have non-voluntary and involuntary euthanasia. And we really want to be careful with these two because we don't want to mix them up. So non-voluntary euthanasia, let's look at this very carefully. A person cannot make a decision about euthanasia or cannot make their wishes known. And so someone else decides to end the life of that person who is unable to make that decision or cannot make that decision or make their wishes known. And so in this case, you may find that we are speaking about a person who may be in a coma. And so there are loved ones who may be in a coma. They might have been in that coma for an extended period. And so they cannot make their wishes known because they're in that state. They cannot make their wishes known and they cannot make a decision because again, they're in that state of being in a coma. And so that's non-voluntary euthanasia. So in this case, a family member is going to have to decide. In many cases, the nearest of kin or the next of kin, sometimes people would say the husband or the wife or the father or the mother. And when those persons are not present or available, sometimes they would say a guardian, a legal guardian or a legal representative, but a person has to decide on the behalf of the person who's in the coma because they cannot make that decision. They cannot make that decision themselves. Now, involuntary. Let's look at this one very carefully. A person wants to live, but someone else decides that the person's life should end. What does this mean? Perhaps there may be a person who is conscious at times, and at other times not very conscious or not very able to make a decision because of a condition, because of an illness, because of a disease. And the family members, even though the person in question, the ill person, may want to live, somebody else decides to end that person's life because the surrounding family members, the surrounding friends, the nearest loved ones, recognize that this person is facing so much pain, so much suffering, so much of what they're going through. They say, no, we don't want you to experience this any longer, and we can't bear to see you in this state or fashion any longer. And so even though the ill person may want to live, somebody else decides or suggests that the person's life should end for those reasons mentioned just a few moments ago. So before we move on to anything else, pause and take a moment to think carefully about those 5 types or forms of euthanasia. I don't think it's ever easy to even make a consideration as to what should happen, when it comes to the end of one's life. I am sure that for persons who may have had to make a decision like that, it would have been so difficult, I'm sure. But we pause and we reflect on maybe reasons why persons may choose, reasons why others may not choose to consider euthanasia. We're going to get to that in a few moments, actually, but we're going to pause. A very reflective lesson today. So remind yourself, the 5 types of euthanasia. I think we had active. What's the next one? Passive. And then we had voluntary, non-voluntary, and involuntary. So amazing. I don't know why. Perhaps I need to slow down a little bit more. These tongue twisters are something else. Let me repeat that one more time. We had active that we looked at so far. What does that look like? That type of euthanasia. And then we have passive. What does that look like? We have voluntary. What does that look like? We have non-voluntary. What does that look like? And we have involuntary. What does that look like? I hope I got them right. Let's move forward. And so in preparation for this session, it's very difficult to get statistics as it relates to euthanasia. Well, at least specific statistics. And so I was able to look at something from Switzerland, and you would see that we have a map there at the top right, and we know where we are. I'm not sure if you can actually follow, oh, pardon me. I don't know if you can follow where we are, but you would see North America and South America. I don't know if you can see that's the cursor or the arrow moving around. That's where we are. And then in the European region, in that area, in that continent, that is to the right of where we are. Of course, the Bahamas is just here. To the right in the continent of Europe, we would have this country called Switzerland. And so I was able to find some information that speaks to euthanasia. And so their population, 8 million. We're just going to pause here for a moment. And then, of course, the statistics of euthanasia in 2003, 187. The statistics of euthanasia in 2015, that's 965. And so if you're looking at it, you may say, what a significant jump. And although that jump is significant, we have to bear in mind population growth. I'm not a geography teacher, but just some general observations that I would have made. And in the context of the population at large, we recognize that that number of just slightly under 1,000 is very, very small in comparison to, or in the context of 8 million, a population of approximately 8 million people. And so many doctors, in the reading that I would have done, many doctors prefer not to encourage it. It's not a very, very common practice, this practice of euthanasia, that is. And for those persons who just consider euthanasia, the literature in some cases talk about persons who are facing cancer. They are the persons who predominantly may just consider, and that does not mean that they move along with it. Doctors, generally speaking, and again, literature varies from country to country, but generally speaking, they're not, proponents of euthanasia, even though some of their patients may consider it. But the numbers, I think, are speaking for themselves. Again, I'm not a medical practitioner, but I just wanted to give you some context and some statistics as it relates to this practice of euthanasia. So again, we have 8 million, the population of Switzerland, give or take. 187 persons considered euthanasia and carried that practice moved forward with that practice in 2003. And in 2015, even though there was a jump to 965 individuals who moved forward with that practice of euthanasia, we recognize that that's still very small in the grand scheme of their wider population. I just wanted us to have a moment to look at it. And that article can be found, that's the Guardian website, not the Nassau Guardian, but the Guardian of the United Kingdom, of course, 2021. Let's move forward. And so look carefully. We have 5 types of euthanasia. I want you to read the sentences, the statements, and try to match what you see in the column to the right. That's the types: the active, the passive, the voluntary, the involuntary, the non-voluntary. And you see there's silent. We want to see which one of these belongs, which one doesn't belong. And we want to see if we can actually move along with this activity. We have, I think, 1 or 2 final things to look at, and then we're going to wind down for the day. So euthanasia is giving drugs, or this type of euthanasia is giving drugs with the intention to bring about death. Is that active, passive, voluntary, involuntary, or non-voluntary? Let's look at it carefully and see. That's active, that's right. You're speeding up the death and dying process, and so that's active with the drugs. That's active euthanasia. Let's look at the second one. This type of euthanasia is when a life support machine is turned off or a feeding tube is removed. So that's the ventilators, the feeding tubes, as we would have spoken about. Which type of euthanasia is that? We sometimes say we allow life or nature, to take its course. Let's see what we have here. That's passive, that's right. Hopefully you got that one. This type of euthanasia, number 3, is when a person asks for their own life to be ended. I think that's an easy one, but can you help me? Shout it out if you want to. Write it down somewhere if you care to, and we look at it at the response together. So, what type is this? This type of euthanasia is when a person asks for their own life to be ended. That's voluntary. That's right. And now let's look at number 4. Number 4 and number 5 seem to be wordy. Let's see what we have here. An example of blind type or this type of euthanasia is when a doctor or a family member decides that it would be in the person's best interest if their life was ended. Now, before we choose, let's look at number 5 to make sure that we don't confuse the last two. Let's look at number 5. If a person has had an accident that will lead to imminent and painful death, a decision might be made to end their life, even if the person wanted to live. This is an example of this form of euthanasia or this type of euthanasia. And so is 4 non-voluntary and 5 involuntary, or is it the other way around? Is 4 non-voluntary and 5 involuntary? I'm not sure if I said the same thing twice, but let's look and see what we have before us. What are you thinking? So yes, we have non-voluntary. Remember, we said non-voluntary is the type of euthanasia where a person makes a decision on the behalf of the ill person because that ill person is not in a position to make that decision. And number 5, which is involuntary, we recognize that the person may want to live, but because of circumstances, a decision is made on that person's behalf. And so, let's move forward. So we talked about in our objectives arguments for and arguments against euthanasia. So the problems would be the arguments on the one hand, and the solutions would be the arguments on the other hand. Let's see which speak to arguments for and arguments against. The problems would be the arguments for. And so arguments for euthanasia include the pain of illness is too much to handle for the individual or even for the family members. And then we have family members cannot afford the cost to care for the sick loved one anymore because medical expenses, medical bills can, become very expensive over days and weeks and months. And then, of course, number 3 says to us, or the third point says, the sick loved one requests to be free from the pain that they're facing. They just can't take it anymore. But the arguments against euthanasia or the solutions could possibly be medical science can assist and support life. Technology advances rapidly. This is point number 2. And cutting edge practices can sustain and even enhance life. And of course, what most believers, if not all believers, would say, God is able to heal any sickness or any disease at any point in time. Yes, indeed, God is a healer. So let's move forward. These are some examination tips, and so that means that we're almost to the end of our presentation today. Whenever responding to your questions, look carefully at the behavioral terms used as question prompts. For example, note if the question is asking you to list or to define or to explain or to summarize, etc. And so you want to answer as carefully and as best as you can, because you don't want to lose valuable points by answering incorrectly. Indeed, listing is different from defining, and summarizing is different from listing. And so definitely you want to pay attention to those behavioral terms, those question prompts. Remember to respond to questions with ethical theories as prompts by defining first the theory and then responding in the context of the theory. Let's see what we have. And so I think we're ending the way that we started. Let's read this passage one more time. Miss Johnson has lived a full life and a successful life. At her annual doctor's visit, she has discovered that she has an incurable disease and may only have months to live. Let's look at it carefully. Let's define death and euthanasia. Can you do that? Very quickly. Death, of course, as we said earlier, is the end of life or the cessation of life. And euthanasia is a quick and easy death. These are medical practices and procedures that seek to free someone from an incurable disease, from immense pain, or great suffering. And so there we have it, our first 2 points. Let's talk about 2 types of euthanasia. We have active euthanasia and passive euthanasia. Active euthanasia is when medication is used to accelerate or to quickly bring about the death and dying process. And passive euthanasia is when the medical practitioners remove any life-sustaining devices. That's the feeding tube, the breathing tube, etc. So there we have it. We have our 2 points, our 4 points rather, for explaining those 2 types. And of course, you're going to do a much better job than that. As we move forward, we have here now, how would a hedonist and an egoist advice differ concerning euthanasia? Remember, we talked about it. We define our ethical theory term, and then we speak to it in the context of our scenario. And so let's give it a try. What does hedonism say? Do you remember that from our previous session? Hedonism says to us, pleasure is good, pain is evil. One should seek to free the body from pain and the soul from confusion. And so hedonists may say, although to free oneself from pain, that pain of the sickness or of the disease, and to free the soul from confusion may be to simply or quickly end life, they may be thinking about one should seek to free the body from pain and the soul from confusion. They may say it may be more painful to actually go about with ending one's life. And why might they say that? They may say that because they may be considering other opportunities, other prospects. However, remember, we always said the perspective that is offered, once it's offered with sound support, your points would be awarded. And of course, we all think differently. And so don't feel the need to answer the way that the response is being given presently, but answer with the theory in mind, with the context of the theory in mind, and of course you will be awarded your points once you give good support. Another perspective for hedonism is actually one may consider euthanasia to be freed from pain and for their soul to be freed from the confusion. And of course we said in times past, if pleasure brings pain, well then it's not pleasure at all. Definitely this scenario can be seen from 2 perspectives. Let's talk about egoism. Egoism says to us, it is man's duty to obtain for himself the greatest balance of good over evil. Perhaps the egoist may say, let me end life. Let me end my life because I want for myself the greatest balance of good over evil. And for me, the greatest balance of good over evil as an individual is being free from this pain that is causing me to feel so badly. There may be another perspective. The egoist may have other factors in mind. Please do not feel pressured to stand directly alongside, pardon me, directly alongside. We were just preparing to conclude this session, and that says to us that our session is completed. But do not feel the need to stand directly alongside what you see before you. Indeed, present your theory, explain your theory, present your argument, and indeed, your points will be awarded. So let's look finally number 4, and as our time is completed, let's look finally at number 4. So let's look at one argument for and one argument against euthanasia. Remember, we said some persons may find the medical bills to be too expensive to continue life support, medical attention for a person who may have some incurable disease or experiencing great pain and suffering. And of course, the argument against euthanasia is indeed, as we said before, God is still a healer. So let's bring our session to a close. Can you define any of the vocabulary words? What is the difference between the sanctity of life and the quality of life? Do you remember the Bible passages used to highlight the sanctity of life? How might you explain types of euthanasia? Does everyone believe in the practice of euthanasia? As we come to the end of today's session, there are certain topics in life that are very, very difficult to discuss because nobody wants to think about the end of a loved one's life. But we do recognize and appreciate and respect that many persons, or different persons, I should say rather, have different views. And so although we may not accept all views, we can be mature and respect the views of others. And so as we close today's session, remember that religious studies is one of the gateways to a better life. We wish you well. We wish you every success and do well in your examinations and in the future. We thank you.
Good morning, everybody. How are we all today? Welcome to another session with Ms. Robinson with biology. Today we'll be looking at the lymphatic system. The last class we had looked at blood groups, so now we're going to be looking at the lymphatic system. Okay, so let's carry on today. So like I said, we're going to be looking at the lymphatic system, okay? So what is the lymphatic system? It's basically an open transport system that works in conjunction with the circulatory system, okay? The lymphatic vessels collect tissue fluid, kill foreign organisms, and return to the blood where it joins the plasma of the circulatory system. Okay, the lymphatic system also acts as a secondary circulatory system, and it is especially adapted to deal with infections. So the lymphatic system, although it's a secondary circulatory system, it has no pump like the circulatory system. However, several factors cause lymph, which is the fluid associated with the lymphatic system. There are several factors that cause it to continue flowing. So one is muscle movement. So the lymph vessels are compressed by the muscles, and this compression moves the lymph around. You have valves that prevent the backflow of the lymph due to compressions. You also have breathing movements. So these breathing movements force lymph back into the bloodstream at the base of the neck into the subclavian vein. Number 4, and pressure from the influx of lymph around the lymph vessels cause the lymph to move. So that compression from the lymph vessels, again, from the pressure of the actual lymph moving, causes the lymph to move. So approximately 10% of tissue fluid passes in lymph capillaries instead of returning back to the blood. This forms what we call lymph. So as lymph travels in one direction through the lymph vessel, it passes through lymph nodes where it is filtered and unwanted substances are removed. The filtering is done by phagocytes, which, as we know, is a type of white blood cell. So lymph nodes are also responsible for making another type of white blood cell called the lymphocytes and antibodies. So what are the functions of this system? So the lymphatic system has 3 main functions, okay? Number 1, removal of interstitial fluid. That's the fluid found in the intercellular spaces from the tissues. It absorbs and transports fat and fatty acids, and it also produces and transports immune cells such as lymphocytes and phagocytes. So let's look at what makes up the lymphatic system. So it consists of lymphoid organs, which are spread throughout the body. These include your bone marrow, your thymus, lymphatic vessels, lymph nodes, spleens, adenoids, and your tonsils. And here is a picture showing you exactly where you would find each of these different lymphoid organs within your body, and how you know that the tonsils itself is a lymph node or lymph vessel or lymph gland. Normally when you tell the doctor that you're feeling sick or you have the flu or he feels like you have a throat infection, the first place they like to normally touch is right up here. Because if it's swollen, it's an indication that an infection is going on or your white blood cells is trying to kill off a poison. So there's 3 types of fluid in the lymphatic system. You have blood, tissue fluid, and lymph. So let's look at the differences between them. Okay, so I need you to take note of this diagram that I have here. We normally see it in the BGCSE examinations where you will have to label it, or you will have to, based on the diagram, state what passes what through where, how it works exactly. So please pay attention to this diagram as well as its labeling. And of course, I will have it placed in the resource folder, this PowerPoint, so that you will not have to freak yourself out. So the relationship between the fluids. Let's look at blood. So blood transports materials such as food and hormones to the tissues. This we already know. We know that the liquid nature of blood and blood vessels help with the movement of the blood around the body. The blood capillaries, which are the tiniest vessels, leak sometimes. So plasma and white blood cells are able to squeeze through the capillaries and form a liquid known as tissue fluid. And that is the 10% that we talked about in the previous slide. So why doesn't red blood cells pass through the capillaries? Because they are too large. Let's look at tissue fluid. Tissue fluid is in the immediate all the cells in the body. It bathes the cells and supplies them with the requirements that they need. So let's look at our diagram. So the blood has now passed through the artery and is now branched off into the capillaries. Now remember, it said 10% of the plasma squeezes through these capillaries and forms what? Tissue fluid. So the tissue fluid here is what's bathing or soaking the blood cells. They're taking a nice jacuzzi bath in their now formed tissue fluid. And within the tissue fluid, this is where they get their nutrients, their oxygen, any little energy provide out the functions of our body. So this is the lymphatic system here on the side of the capillaries, ready to drain out any excess or any waste formed from the body cells. And you see you have the plasma force out to the capillaries to become tissue fluid, and how the tissue fluid returns to the capillaries and back into the regular blood flow and out of the veins. So what is another relationship? We have regular fluid, eh? So fluid is constantly flowing in and out of the plasma, but some of it enters sets of vessels, that we call lymph vessels. These vessels have very thin walls and valves to carry lymph. The fluid in the lymph vessels is now called lymph. So we've now reached our third fluid called lymph. So we went through blood, we went through tissue fluid and how it's formed, and now we are now at lymph. So let's look at our diagram that I said that we need to pay close attention to. So as we know, in the circulatory system, the artery normally carries oxygenated blood, blood that's rich in nutrients, blood that has everything that body cells will need. So we see blood coming in at the arterial end. Comes in, comes in, comes in, comes in. Now it reaches a rest stop. It gives off its oxygen to the blood cells, to the body cells. And in return, via diffusion of oxygen into their cells, the carbon dioxide that has been produced from previous times is now diffused out of the body cells and back into the bloodstream. It also drops off glucose. Glucose in this case would be in the form of food or needed for energy with the mitochondria to create extra energy for the blood cells to carry out its daily duties. So it drops off glucose. And in return, because it's another waste product that's provided or made by the body cells, it drops off the body cells that out urea. And your blood takes that urea along and goes out to the venous end, which just means that there is a vein. Okay? And once this is the body cells bathing in the tissue fluid, right? This is a tissue fluid here. And notice what we said. Fluid is constantly flowing in and out of the plasma. That's this yellowish region here. Okay, but some of it enters a separate set of vessels called the lymph vessel. And this green portion is what we call the lymph vessels. And how does the lymph vessel collect this fluid? These vessels have thin walls and valves to carry lymph. And that fluid, once it reaches into the green portion, is what we call lymph. Let's take some questions before we move on. Are there any questions? Okay, no. Okay, so we're now at lymph. So lymph consists of glands and lymphatic nodes to help the body with immunity. Sorry, that should be the lymphatic system, sorry. So the lymph nodes contain large numbers of white blood cells, many which are, of course, lymphocytes, which multiply during an infection and make antibodies. And remember, we were talking about antibodies when we were looking at the components of blood. These antibodies are made by lymphocytes to help the body remember a particular infection. So if it comes along again, we are able to fight it off without any excess resistance. So let's go again. The red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets are major cell types found in blood plasma. Unlike plasma, only some white blood cells can be found in tissue fluid. The protein, oxygen, and glucose concentration in plasma is higher than in tissue fluid. So that right there, you have two differences between the plasma and the tissue fluid. Okay? Here's another set now. The lymph vessels pass to lymph glands that act as filters. The glands contain many white blood cells that deal with any harmful organisms that is drained by the lymph. So, numerous of phagocytes and lymphocytes occur, and these numbers increase during infections, which we already know. This is why lymph glands become swollen in serious infections, where they become involved in increased activity. The lymph fluid only passes in one direction due to the valves in the larger vessels. The lymph circulation is helped by contractions of nearby skeletal muscles and breathing movements, which we already said. In the villi of the small intestine, lymph vessels assist with digestion. The lacteal is a lymphatic capillary that absorbs dietary fats. And we should have already known this from our digestive system in grade 9 or in grade 10 if some of us did this BGCSE overall. So here's a table that I created for you to help you understand the differences between the three fluids even more. Please excuse the word lymphocyte, that should have been lymph. So let's look at the first component. Cells. How are cells different in the plasma, tissue fluid, and lymph? Okay, in terms of cells, the plasma found in the blood has red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Tissue fluid only has phagocytes, and the lymph clearly has lymphocytes. So what happened in terms of protein? Proteins found in the plasma and blood would be hormones and plasma proteins. In the tissue fluid, you will find some hormones and proteins that are secreted by cells. And in terms of the lymph, you have some proteins, but it's definitely fewer than what you would find in the blood. Okay? Fats. There are some fats found in the plasma. There's no fats found in the tissue fluid. And of course, as we said, there would be more fats found in the lymph than in the blood, because of course it's absorbed in the lacteals, which we said is a lymphatic capillary. So glucose, amino acids, and oxygens, you will find a lot of that in plasma, but it'll be less in tissue fluid because these are already absorbed by the body cells. And of course, you will find less of that in the lymph fluid itself. So carbon dioxide will be less in the plasma. It'll be more in tissue fluid because this is produced and released by the cells, which we said are shown, and it'll be definitely more in the lymph fluid. And that's the end of the presentation. Are there any questions before we go on? So you're asking if the lymphatic system only transports the blood and gives it its nutrients and oxygen. No, it does not. The lymphatic system is a system that deals with immunity against certain diseases and infections. It also deals with creating the lymphocytes that create the antibodies. So in essence, it's a system that helps in terms of keeping our body well. Okay? All right, so let's go over some key points before we move on, okay? Okay, so first point. Are you still seeing me? The first point we need to remember is what is the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system in this case is a system with open transportation that allows lymph and white blood cells to flow, but this is in conjunction with the circulatory system. Okay, so we know that the lymphatic vessels collect tissue fluids, they kill organisms, and they return to the blood where it joins the plasma of the circulatory system. Okay, and to answer that question again, the lymphatic system acts as a secondary circulatory system and is adapted to deal with infections. So no, it does not carry nutrients and oxygen to our body cells. Okay? So we said that it's an open transport system that works in conjunction with the circulatory system. The lymphatic vessels, sorry, we already said that. So we know that the lymph moves by muscle movements, by valves, by breathing movements, and by pressure caused or building up behind the lymph. We know that only 10% of tissue fluid passes in the lymph capillaries, and lymph only travels in one direction. So we know that the filtering of this lymph is done by phagocytes, and the lymphocytes that are made in this lymphatic system are the ones that create the antibodies that we need. The functions, we know that it removes interstitial fluid, and that's fluid around the cells. We know that it absorbs and transports fat and fatty acids, and we know that it transports and produces immunity cells, such as the lymphocytes and the phagocytes. We have different things found inside the system that help us fight off these infections. We have the bone marrow that creates the phagocytes. We have the thymus. We have the lymphatic vessels. We have the lymph nodes. We have the spleen, adenoids, and our tonsils. And we should always remember the tonsils because that's where the doctor normally presses to see if it's swollen. Okay? Three types of tissues, the three types of fluids found in the lymphatic system: blood, tissue fluid, and lymph. Okay? And we know that blood transports food and hormones to the tissues. We know that the liquid nature of blood helps with the movement of blood around the body. Okay, we know that the tiniest blood vessels, which are the capillaries, leak sometimes, and that's how the white blood cells and the plasma are able to squeeze through and form tissue fluid. And that leakage of plasma and white blood cells is what make up the 10% that we call tissue fluid. So we know that these blood cells bathe themselves or soak up all the nutrients in this tissue fluid, and in return, getting nutrients from the tissue fluid, they in turn excrete waste products such as carbon dioxide and urea, which the cells do not need. Okay, and once the fluid separates into the lymph vessels and are carried up into that vessels, that particular liquid is what we call the lymph liquid or the lymph fluid. Okay? Always remember that. Because they will ask you in exam, what are the differences between the two fluids, or what are the differences between the three fluids? And we know that there are differences because why? The plasma does not have phagocytes. The plasma only has red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. The tissue fluid only has the phagocytes, which is one type of white blood cell, and the lymph fluid only has lymphocytes, which is another type of cell. We know that the lymph fluid would have more fats in it because, as we said, the lymphatic system absorbs fat in the lacteals, which are also found in the small intestine of the digestive system. The tissue fluid has no fats, and the plasma has a little bit of fats. Okay, we know that plasma has glucose, amino acids, and oxygen, clearly because it has to carry it to the body cells. The tissue fluid will have less of this glucose and amino acid and oxygen because why? The body cells that are soaking in this tissue fluid have now sucked it up because they need it for their daily activities. And the lymph fluid has very, very little. So carbon dioxide is less in the plasma because, as we know, it is already carrying that oxygen. So the carbon dioxide concentration will be very, very low. And we know that the tissue fluid will have more of this because, of course, this is where this body cells are, and they're excreting this waste product of carbon dioxide and urea. And the lymph fluid, of course, the lymph fluid would have a lot of carbon dioxide. So that's just a recap of what we did today. Okay? Let me check some more questions. Urea is basically the product that the liver creates. So urea, sorry, not the liver, the urea, let me correct myself. Urea is the product that the kidney creates, and that urea consists of bile created by the liver. So as a result, that urea basically is the product that when mixed with water, we create urine. It's just a nitrogenous waste created, okay? As a result of the excess protein broken down in our bodies. If you have you mean like behind the ear right here, you have, doctors can use that as a test as well, because your lymphatic system, it branches all about. Let me show you the picture just for extra clarification, so we can have a full understanding that the lymphatic system is just not hair. It's a network of vessels. Let me show you.
Welcome to Grade 2 Math with Mrs. Farrington. That's me. And today we're going to look at ordering numbers. Now, what do I mean by ordering numbers? Is this like when we go to Bamboo Shack and we order a thigh snack or a conch snack? No. Is it like when your mom just ordered some cinnamon buns because that's the thing now? No. The type of ordering we're going to be talking about is a bit different than those ones. So let me give you an example. I have these set of spoons, and as you can see, these are measuring spoons used for baking. Now I have these, and we can clearly see that these are different sizes. We can see that this is the largest one, and then these are smaller, and this is the smallest one. So what ordering means is I can put these, like this is the biggest, and then this is the next size, then this comes next, and this is the smallest. I just arranged these measuring spoons in order from the biggest to the smallest. I can even switch it up and put them in order from the smallest to the biggest. And if I wanted to check it, they all fit right neatly into each other. So when I talk about ordering, that's what I'm talking about. So we're going to see that word, order. It's the way we fix the things. And another word for order is arrange. I just arranged them in order. So I just fixed them. I just put them in a particular way. And another word that we're going to see is least. Least. Smallest. Smallest. And then the opposite of least is greatest, or the biggest. So we put these in order. Well, let me give you another example. You may see these a lot in math, these blocks. So I have these blocks. I have yellow blocks, I have brown, I have white, I have green, and I have them in particular amounts. So I have here these blocks. Now, my orange, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks of orange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 yellow. 1, 2, 3 white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 brown. So I have different numbers of blocks. So I want to arrange them in order, or order them from least to greatest. And remember, least is the smallest. So when I look, I can just look at these So when I look at these, I know that, okay, well, this looks like this is the smallest, and I could just go by size, put them all side by side, and that can assist me. So I could go here. I've just put them in order from least to greatest. So the white, green, orange, then brown, and then yellow. Now I can put a number to them. The white has 1, 2, 3. Green has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is greater than 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Orange has 6. 6 is greater than 5. And then brown has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 8 is greater or more than 6. And then the yellow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yellow has 11, and 11 is greater or bigger than 8. In fact, 11 is greater than all of them. So I would have just arranged these or put them in order from the smallest to the biggest, or from the least to the greatest. Okay. Do you hear the rooster in the backyard? It's very early in the morning. So now, we're going to do this worksheet together. And we're going to put some numbers in order. So first thing, look at our instructions. It says, write each set of numbers in order from least to greatest. So I'm going to order them from least, which means I'm going from the smallest. Notice least is written in smallest and greatest is written large. That is to help you to remember what least and greatest mean. So in the first one, this number 2 10s 7 ones is 27. 1 10 9 ones 19. 3 10s 3 ones 31. 2 10s 4 ones 24. So I have 27, 19, 31, 24. And I have to put these in order from least, from the smallest to the greatest. So I'm looking at my numbers. Okay. So I'm going to put an X here. If you said 19, you're correct. 19 is the smallest. So after 19 comes 20. There's no 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Oh, there is 24. So after 19, the next number in this series here would be 24. I'm going to make sure I mark an X on that to remember that I will not use that again. Okay, so I have 2 more numbers left. So after 24, would it be 31 or 27? You're correct. 27. And the last number is always the easiest. So the number that's the largest or the greatest is 31. So these numbers in order are 19, 24, 27, and 31. Okay, let's try number 2. So now for number 2, I have 7 10s 7 ones, which is 77. 6 10s 8 ones, 68. 8 10s 9 ones, 89. 7 10s 0 ones, 70. Which one is least or smallest? So I look at the 10s. I have 7 10s, 6 10s, 8 10s. Well, 6 10s is less than 7 10s, so 68 would be my smallest. And then after 68, there are no more numbers in the 60s. So I can look at the 70s. I have 2 70s, 7 10s, 0 1, 7 10s, 7 ones. So 70 or 7 10s, 0 ones comes next. And then 77. And last number that's left is 89. So that's arranging numbers from least to greatest, from the smallest to the biggest. Now let's practice these ones down here. I'm leaving these two for you to try on your own as a challenge. So here we have, it says write each set of numbers in order from greatest to least. It's very important to read your instructions because instructions tell you what you have to do per section. So this time we're doing it in reverse order. We're going from the biggest number or the greatest number to the least or the smallest. So I have 4 tens, 2 ones, 42, 3 tens, 5 ones, 35, 3 tens, 7 ones, 37, 5 tens, 2 ones, 52. This time I'm looking for the greatest or the biggest number first. So I look here, 42, 35, 37. The biggest number is 52. And just like I did at the top, I'm going to mark an X when I use the number so I do not get confused and use them again. So after 52, I'm looking for the next biggest number, 42. 42. And then after 42, I have to choose between 35 and 37. Which one is greatest? 37 is greater than 35. And because 35 is the only one left, I have that. So my numbers in order from greatest to least are 52, 42, 37, 35. So what I did was I counted backwards. Okay, so we're going to skip this one. You're going to try this on your own. Now let's do number 7. I have 100, 5 tens, 5 ones, 155. Then I have 300s, 0 tens, 6 ones, 306. Here I have 100, 4 tens, 8 ones, 148. And here I have 200s, 3 tens, and 6 ones, 236. So, which number is the biggest or greatest? So I look, 100, 300, 100, 200. 306 is greater than all of them. And then next I have 236. So I have to choose between 155 and 148. Well, they both are hundreds. 5 tens and 4 tens. 5 tens is greater than 4 tens. So 155. And here, the smallest number is 148. So these numbers in order from greatest to least, or from the biggest to the smallest, are 306, 236, 155, 148.
Good morning, sorry. I hope some of you are here. I'm sorry to be starting a little late. We had a little problem with getting online. Before I start, let's see if anybody's here. Well, there's nobody here. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, we can start. Thank you for being so patient. For those of you who have been with us for the first couple of weeks, we have done a reproduction in flowering plants, and asexual reproduction in flowering plants. Sexual reproduction in flowering plants and asexual reproduction in flowering plants. This week, and probably for the next 2 weeks, we will be covering reproduction in humans. Some of you will have done this already. Oh, all my favorite people are back. And you look like you brought some friends. Thank you. I like you. It'll be the same format as before. We'll watch a couple of videos. I'll take some questions. We'll watch part of a PowerPoint. I'll take some more questions. If I'm going too fast, please let me know. While you're watching the video, write down any questions.
The epic story of a single sperm facing incredible odds to unite with an egg and form a new human life. It is the story of all of us. During sexual intercourse, about 300 million sperm enter the vagina. Soon afterward, millions of them will either flow out of the vagina or die in its acidic environment. However, many survive because of the protective elements provided in the fluid surrounding them. Next, the sperm must pass through the cervix, an opening into the uterus. Usually, it remains tightly closed, but here the cervix is open for a few days while the woman ovulates. The sperm swim through the cervical mucus, which is thinned to a more watery consistency for easier passage. Once inside the cervix, the sperm continues swimming toward the uterus, though millions will die trying to make it through the mucus. Some sperm remain behind, caught in the folds of the cervix, but they may later continue the journey as a backup to the first group. Inside the uterus, muscular uterine contractions assist the sperm on their journey toward the egg. However, resident cells from the woman's immune system, mistaking the sperm for foreign invaders, destroy thousands more. Next, half the sperm head for the empty fallopian tube, while the other half swim toward the tube containing the unfertilized egg. Now, only a few thousand remain. Inside the fallopian tube, tiny cilia push the egg toward the uterus. To continue, the sperm must surge against this motion to reach the egg. Some sperm get trapped in the cilia and die. During this part of the journey, chemicals in the reproductive tract cause the membranes covering the heads of the sperm to change. As a result, the sperm become hyperactive, swimming harder and faster toward their destination. At long last, the sperm reach the egg. Only a few dozen of the original 300 million sperm remain. The egg is covered with a layer of cells called the corona radiata. The sperm must push through this layer to reach the outer layer of the egg, the zona pellucida. When sperm reach the zona pellucida, they attach to specialized sperm receptors on the surface, which triggers their acrosomes to release digestive enzymes, enabling the sperm to burrow into the layer. Inside the zona pellucida is a narrow, fluid-filled space just outside the egg cell membrane. The first sperm to make contact will fertilize the egg. After a perilous journey and against incredible odds, a single sperm attaches to the egg cell membrane. Within a few minutes, their outer membranes fuse and the egg pulls the sperm inside. This event causes changes in the egg membrane that prevent other sperm from attaching to it. Next, the egg releases chemicals that push other sperm away from the egg and create an impenetrable fertilization membrane. As the reaction spreads outward, the zona pellucida hardens, trapping any sperm unlucky enough to be caught inside. outside the egg, sperm are no longer able to attach to the zona pellucida. Meanwhile, inside the egg, the tightly packed male genetic material spreads out. A new membrane forms around the genetic material, creating the male pronucleus. Inside, the genetic material reforms into 23 chromosomes. The female genetic material, awakened by the fusion of the sperm with the egg, finishes dividing, resulting in the female pronucleus, which also contains 23 chromosomes. As the male and female pronuclei form, spiderweb-like threads, called microtubules, pull them toward each other. The two sets of chromosomes join together, completing the process of fertilization. At this moment, a unique genetic code arises, instantly determining gender, hair color, eye color, and hundreds of other characteristics. This new single cell, the zygote, is the beginning of a new human being. And now the cilia in the fallopian tube gently sweep the zygote toward the uterus, where he or she will implant in the rich uterine lining, growing and maturing for the next 9 months until ready for birth.
So now I'm going to go through a PowerPoint that I got offline, not my personal PowerPoint. So there will be things on it that are not necessarily on the BGCSE syllabus, but it's not too difficult. So here we go. I'm hoping everybody can see and hear. Human reproduction. What do you think that disgusting ball looks like? From the video is a micrograph of a sperm cell surrounding an egg. And this is an embryo. And can you remember what that is? Now you know what behemoths call it. That's the water bag. But its real name is the amniotic sac. So here we're going to identify the structure and functions of the male and female reproductive system. And next class we'll be talking about the menstrual cycle. So here we have the reproductive anatomy of the human male. It is important that when we learn how to label the male reproductive system, we learn it from the side view and the frontal view. This one here is showing the frontal view. So the main functions of the reproductive structures in male are to produce sperm, which are the male sex cells or male gametes, and to deliver these sperm to the female. So here we have the urinary bladder, which is not a part of the male reproductive system, but they share this tube going down the penis called the urethra. But the products of the bladder and the reproductive products do not pass through at the same time. So you have the urinary bladder, prostate gland, this tube you do not have to learn the name of, and you have seminal vesicles behind the bladder, erectile tissue, vas deferens, epididymis, testis. The vas deferens is also called the sperm duct. You need to know both names. Surrounding each of the testes is singular, testes plural. Surrounding your testes is a sac called the scrotum. Semen, sperm are expelled through the sperm ducts during ejaculation. Ejaculation is when the erect penis spurts out its semen, the fluid. And in the fluid, you have sperm and you have the secretions from the glands. And those secretions, those fluids from the glands, nourish and protect the sperm. Nourish means it provides energy, food energy, and protection. It provides against, it protects against the different conditions that will be found in the vagina and in the uterus. The testes produce sperm. The sperm are located outside the abdominal cavity with a sac-like pouch, which is called your scrotum, and it has to be 1 to 3 degrees below normal body temperature, which is so that the sperm can, because sperm can only form at this temperature. Any questions so far? So we know we can label. What I'd like you to do is to make in your head, I'm going to go back to the original slide, and I want you to make a rough sketch of the male reproductive system. It doesn't have to be fancy, but I would like you to be able to draw and label the parts. So I'm going to call off the parts, and let's see if you can draw them. Let's start with your penis. Not your penis personally, the penis. Right? Remember, we're doing it with a cross section. Then through the penis, you're going to draw a tube, which is the urethra. At the top of the urethra, you're going to branch onto 2 sides. One side, each of those sides is a sperm duct. So you're going to have a sperm duct going on each side of the penis. So there's 2 of those. And they're going to end in your testicles. So you've drawn your little testicles. My drawing bad, okay? My drawing is really bad, but that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm only doing a sketch. And then you're going to draw your, okay, so you see my lovely drawing? Isn't it beautiful? Yeah. How your sketching coming out? My sketching's great. It don't have to be pretty. It just have to look and remind us of everything. So, what is A? Welcome, person who's late. A? Come on, you all know that. It's not that bad. That's a sperm duct. And what's another name for a sperm duct? Yes? So, you need to be able to draw quick sketches to help your mind. So we're going to go back and let's see how your sketch matches up with our, let's see how your sketch matches with our, here we go. So did you get your testis labeled and your epididymis and your vas deferens going down into your urethra? I didn't add on the prostate gland and the seminal vesicles, but we'll get that when we see some other drawings. Within the epididymis, is a series of coiled ducts for maturation and temporary storage of sperm. The vas deferens is a tube which carry sperm past the lubricating glands. In other words, the glands that provide this fluid. You have the seminal vesicles, which secrete fluid that protects and nourishes the sperm. The prostate gland, which produces an alkaline fluid that neutralizes the urine in the urethra. And the bulbourethral gland, which secretes a fluid that may help to lubricate the urethra. The urethra is a tube in the penis that transports sperm out of the male's body. It also transports urine from the urinary bladder, but not at the same time. The penis is a copulatory organ. That is the organ that is going to be placed into the vagina during sex, and it releases sperm. Ejaculation is a release of semen. All of these terms you need to be familiar with. Give you time to read it, or again for yourselves. Okay, so let's look at a side view. Like I said, you need to know both the side view, to label both the side view and the front view. Again, you have your urinary bladder, which has your urethra coming through it. But remember, the urinary bladder is not a part of the male reproductive system. It is a part of the urinary system or the excretory system, but it does share use of the penis and the urethra, but not at the same time. So let's start again from where the sperms are made. The sperms are made here in the testis. They are stored in the epididymis. When there is ejaculation, they are transported up the vas deferens or sperm duct, and various glands, the seminal vesicle, the prostate glands, and the bulbourethral gland, put fluid into the sperm. The sperm then travel down the urethra and out the penis, out the end. Go back to which notes? Somebody's asked me to go back to the notes. You mean the original first part of the slide? I won't go back on the notes, but I'll go over the same thing using a different set of information. Okay, so you'll still get the same information. I did go back over the slide. Okay, so here we have the female reproductive system. The main function of the female reproductive system is to produce eggs or ova, which are the female sex cells. Another name for sex cells are gametes. So you may see female sex cells, you may see female gametes. Another function is to receive the sperm, and they receive the sperm in the vagina. And importantly, to provide an environment in which the fertilized egg can develop. And that happens in your uterus, in the uterus or womb. So here we have, again, this is a side view. You're going to have to learn both the side view and the frontal view. The side view is not as popular in the BGCSE as the frontal view, but it still comes up. In the male, you can, both the male and both the frontal and the side view come up, but somehow the side view doesn't come up as much in the female. So let's start at the very top where you have your ovaries. So since it's a side view, you can only see one of your ovaries. Females have ovaries on both sides. And then you have this oviduct, which is also called the fallopian tube, and that leads into your uterus. The opening of the uterus is called the cervix, and this opens into this long tube here, the vagina, opens into the vaginal opening. Notice that the urethra in men have two separate openings, two openings. They have the anal opening that women have here, and but they only have one opening where the urethra is. In men, both sperm and urine come out. But in women, the urethra is only attached to the bladder. In women, the urethra has no connection with the reproductive system. So let's get back to the reproductive system again. So we'll start with the ovary, oviduct, uterus, the opening of the uterus called the cervix, and out through the vagina. The ovaries contain structures called follicles, which nurture or nourish the ova. The development of the ova, a woman is born with all the eggs that she is going to ever have. At puberty, an egg starts to develop every month once the menstrual cycle begins. Another function of the ovary is to produce sex hormones, estrogen and progesterone, and the ovaries function from puberty to menopause. Puberty is when you have the onset of the menstrual cycle and your secondary sex characteristics, which we'll talk about, and menopause, when your period, your menstrual cycle stops. The job of the oviducts is to convey the eggs or to transport the eggs to the uterus. muscular contractions, and cilia draw the ovum to the egg. In other words, they have these projections that sweep the oviduct in a series of movements towards the uterus. Once fertilization occurs in the oviduct, so the purpose of the oviduct is to transport the egg to the uterus. The transport occurs by the movement of the cilia, and it is in the fallopian tubes, oviducts, that fertilization occurs. Fertilization only occurs in the oviducts. Here, talking about these follicles, which help the, if you look at the ovary, you can see the follicles which help nurture the egg, and corpus luteum. These are two different types of bodies within the ovary that will help with the egg. Then you have the oviduct, which goes into the uterus, and your uterine wall, and your endometrium, which is the lining of the uterus wall. The cervix is the opening, and your vagina. The uterus is where the fertilized egg develops. Fertilized egg will sink into your endometrium, into your uterus wall, into your uterine lining. The uterus opens up into the vagina. The vagina is a tube that can have different widths. It can widen into the birth canal, and also receives the penis during intercourse. Another word for intercourse is copulation. Please don't use any of your common terms in your exam. Nobody's going to mark them right. Okay, so we're going to talk about puberty on another lesson, but we'll just talk first about this. We'll finish here with the structure of the male and female organs. Ejaculation is a release of semen, and semen is of sperm and the fluid that comes from the glands. It's the white ejaculate that comes out of the penis, and in the semen you have the sperm and the fluids from the seminal vesicles and the prostate gland. Any more questions? Okay, I'm going to show another video. And again, like I said, it's going to be posted. So you're trying to write down. Please don't try to write down all the notes. They're going to be there on the site for you. So I'm not abandoning you. So you don't have to try and write down all the notes. If it helps you and you're just writing down little bit things to, like annotating your drawing, so that would help. But you don't have to try and write down everything. No questions? Please put your questions in the chat as opposed to Q&A, because I find it easier to follow, easier to look at, because it's only me here. Okay. Give me a second. My other video seems to have gone the way of all things. This is annoying. That's fertilization. I don't want fertilization. I don't want my PowerPoint. Definitely don't want y'all to see that. Okay, so once again. Ooh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Give me a minute. My share screen and I are having an issue.
Humans reproduce sexually with what we call internal fertilization.
Okay, I want to know. Good morning, more of us. Oh, here we go.
Adapted to produce the sperm and deposit it in the female. And
starting again.
humans reproduce sexually with what we call internal fertilization. This means that the sperm meet the egg inside the female's body. Therefore, the male anatomy is adapted to produce the sperm and deposit it in the female, and the female anatomy is adapted to receive the sperm and to grow the baby. So you do need to know about the different anatomy of the male and the female and learn about the structures and the functions involved. So let's start off with the female. The first structure to look at is the vagina. The vagina is used for sexual intercourse. The sperm are deposited there. The cervix is at the sort of neck of the vagina, the top of the vagina there, and it separates the womb, the uterus, from the vagina. And it is a ring of muscle which holds the baby in the uterus during pregnancy. The uterus, as I've already mentioned, is the womb. It's where the baby develops, and it has a lining called the endometrium, which is full of blood vessels, and it's where the initial embryo implants for the baby to grow, and where the placenta forms. The ovaries secrete the eggs, one every month, and they also secrete certain sex hormones like estrogen and progesterone. The fallopian tube is where the egg travels down to get down to the uterus, so it connects the ovary to the uterus, and fertilization actually occurs in the fallopian tube. The sperm will swim all their way up the vagina, through the cervix, through the uterus, into the fallopian tube to meet the egg. The female also has a urethral opening in front of the vagina and the anus behind the vagina. So that covers the female anatomy. Looking at the male anatomy, you've got the testes, which is where sperm are produced. You've got the scrotum, which hold the testes outside of the body, which actually keeps them a little bit cooler for sperm production, the ideal temperature for sperm to be produced. The sperm duct, or the vas deferens, is the tube that then carries the sperm up and out of the testes and round during ejaculation to then go out of the penis. The glands, the prostate and the seminal vesicles, are things that produce the semen. The semen is added to the sperm. The semen contains everything that the sperm need for their journey, really. It's full of energy, full of sugar, for lots of respiration, and it also is alkali.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
Looking at the male anatomy, you've got the testes, which is where sperm are produced. You've got the scrotum, which hold the testes outside of the body, which actually keeps them a little bit cooler for sperm production, the ideal temperature for sperm to be produced. The sperm duct, or the vas deferens, is the tube that then carries the sperm up and out of the testes and round during ejaculation to then go out of the penis. The glands, the prostate and the seminal vesicles, are things that produce the semen. The semen is added to the sperm. The semen contains everything that the sperm need for their journey, really. It's full of energy, full of sugar, for lots of respiration, and it also is alkali to protect the sperm against the acidic nature inside the female reproductive system. Looking at the penis in more detail, you've got the urethra, which is the tube that comes out of the penis, and the urethra has two functions because urine will come out of the urethra from the bladder, but also the semen will come out of the urethra during ejaculation and sexual intercourse. So let's look at the journey of the sperm in a bit more detail. The sperm are first produced in the testes, and they are produced all the time once the male has started puberty. They mix with this liquid secreted from the glands called semen, and then the sperm get ejaculated into the vagina during sexual intercourse, and they swim then through the cervix and into the uterus, and then they swim all the way up the fallopian tube where they will hopefully meet an egg. This takes about 10 hours of constant swimming, and absolutely millions of sperm will die along the way, and only one sperm will actually reach the egg or get into the egg and be able to fertilize that egg, and as it does, it will lose its tail, and those two nuclei then fuse and they form the zygote, that first cell that we all started life as, a combination of a sperm from our father and an egg from our mother. And that embryo then will travel, that zygote develops into an embryo which then travels back down into the uterus, where it implants into the endometrium, the lining of the uterus, and that's where the baby will develop. Once an embryo is implanted, the placenta will develop, and the placenta provides oxygen and nutrients to the growing embryo, and it also removes all the waste, and it's connected to the fetus via the umbilical cord. The placenta also secretes some really important female hormones that keep the pregnancy going. So the placenta has some really important roles. During pregnancy, the amnion, or the amniotic sac, encloses the whole developing embryo, and it secretes amniotic fluid which protects the baby and helps it to develop, as the baby can float in this fluid, essentially sort of weightless, and develop nicely inside there. So we've got the amnion and the amniotic fluid. Now, during teenage years, boys and girls become sexually mature. This is controlled by the sex hormones, testosterone in males and estrogen in females. The sex cells start being produced or released, if you're a girl, at that age, once your secondary sexual characteristics develop. So you're born with your primary sexual characteristics, either you're a boy or a girl, and you have those basic sexual organs, but they're not activated, they're not really working until you hit puberty. Now, in girls, that can be aged between sort of 11 and 14, and it's usually a little later in boys, between 13 and maybe up to 16. Secondary sexual characteristics then, well, in boys and girls, underarm hair will start to develop, pubic hair will grow. In females, the breasts will develop, ready for feeding a baby. The hips will widen, ready for childbirth, and most importantly, the actual menstrual cycle will begin, the monthly cycle of periods, where eggs are released in order to be able to get pregnant. That will start at puberty. In males, facial hair grows, the voice breaks, you'll get a more muscular body, and the genitals will develop, and sperm will start being produced.
Okay, so human reproduction, male and sex gametes, female sex cells are made, and they're joined together in fertilization. So the male gamete and female gamete fuse to form a single cell called a zygote. And that zygote splits and develops and becomes the embryo. So the sperm are the male sex cells, and they're formed in the testes or testicles. And the cells in the testes divide by meiosis. Meiosis means in mitosis you get the same number of chromosomes in the daughter cells. But in meiosis, you get half the number of chromosomes. So it is the haploid number. And in sperm, you'd have 23 chromosomes. And the genes from the male parent are carried in the nucleus of the sperm. Eggs or ova are the female or sex gametes, and they also have the haploid number due to meiosis, and they are produced in the ovaries. And here are some of the differences between males, between the sperm and the egg. The sperm are able to swim using the tail. Eggs are unable to move by themselves. The cilia of the fallopian tube and the peristalsis, the squeezing of the walls, move the cilia down, move the egg down the oviduct. They cannot move by themselves. Comparing in size, the sperm are very small compared to the egg. You remember the picture you saw in the video where there were hundreds of sperm surrounding the egg, or dozens, sorry. And 2.5 micrometers wide, and in the egg it's 120. So it's far bigger. The sperm has very little sperm food reserve. In eggs, other than human eggs don't have that much. They have tiny yolk droplets to find the first. They're not as big as the yolk in an egg. Large numbers are produced. 300 million sperm are released during ejaculation. And in eggs, only 1 matures at a month. There are some women who have, and usually it's one from one side 1 month and one side the other. There are some women who produce eggs in both ovaries, but that's not very common. So you have the head of the nucleus, the middle piece, which contains a mitochondria, which allows the sperm to have a lot of energy for swimming, this middle piece or neck piece, and your tail, which produces a swimming movement. You're often asked sometimes asked in the BGCSE exam, how does the sperm get its energy, or describe what's in the neck and what's in the head, and what's the purpose of the tail. The head has the nucleus with the chromosomes. This neck piece here has the mitochondria for providing energy, and this is your tail for swimming. So this is your egg here. It has a surface membrane and this layer that must be penetrated, and cytoplasm containing yolk and the nucleus. If some of you have a textbook called Human Form and Function, you'll find the male and female reproductive systems labeled very clearly. This is the drawing that or drawing like this one here, in just plain line drawing, is what you'd most often see in your BGCSE exam. So what I'd like to do when you're learning it, start from where the sperm start and work your way out. So the sperm start here in your testicles, where sperm are made, and then they are stored in the epididymis. The sperm passes through through this tube here, which is a sperm duct or vas deferens, and go into the urethra. Adding fluid to your sperm will be your seminal vesicles and your prostate gland. And you have the penis, which has erectile tissue, which it gets engorged with blood, makes the penis stiff and hard, and allows it to be placed into the vagina. And you have the sperm, the testes hanging in scrotal sacs outside the body, because it's cooler than inside the body, 1 to 3 degrees cooler, and that is better for the production of the sperm. Like I said, all of this is going to be sent to you, so don't freak out that I'm going so fast. And here is the oviduct or fallopian tube again. This is the one more common diagram, which takes eggs from the ovary to the uterus. You have your uterus or womb, and they usually describe the U-shaped uterus as pear-shaped. And your cervix, which is a ring of muscle on the neck of the womb, and your vagina. So we're coming close to the end of our journey. I'm sorry we started late, but let's see if we can answer some of these questions. What are the male sex cells called? Okay, good. Female sex cells, where are they made? Yes, in the testes. Why are they located outside the body? So these are some of the questions you may want to look at and answer. I think I gave you the link for the video. Okay, so I've sent my notes. The notes are going onto the website, the government website, so you can read the notes. It's 17 pages of notes, people. And also the PowerPoint and the videos. I'm hoping they're going to be up to date. I've asked it. There wasn't any, okay. Oh, there wasn't anything on the screen, but my explanation was good. Thank you. I sent the link for the video, but the link will also be on the website as well, okay? If you look in the chat column, you can see the link somewhere. Bye, we have to go. Thank you again. This has been an interesting time for us all, and we're all learning on a learning curve. I thank all of you for showing up each time and participating and asking me questions. So thank you, and I will see you tomorrow at 9. Yeah, it's really early, but I'll see you.
A pleasant good morning, boys and girls. My name is Miss is Chris Smith. It's time for your daily language review. Are you ready? Let's go.
Now we're going to create a complete sentence. I know by now you love making sentences too. It's okay. Let's read the sentence. Hands wash your. Hands wash your. That doesn't make sense. Remember now, a sentence must make sense. It must begin with a capital letter, and it must also have an end mark at the end. Hands wash your. We're going to shuffle those words around so that it makes sense. Let's give it a try. Good job. Let's read this one. Wash your hands. Very good. Now this sentence makes sense. It begins with a capital letter and it has a full stop or a period at the end. Plus, do you know something else? This is a command sentence. Command sentences, they tell us to do something or they give us instructions. Let's keep going. Now we're going to circle the plural noun. Then we're going to place an X on the singular noun. Let's find the plural noun. Now before we do, you have to know what they are. Singular means one. Plural means more than one. And to make something plural, do you know what we do? How did you know that? Yes, we add an S at the end to make a word plural. So let's count the pictures and let's find the plural noun. Do you think bird is the plural noun? Or do you think birds is the plural noun? Yes, you're right. The plural is birds because I see two birds there. And a plural means more than one, which can be 2, 3, 4, 5, or even 100. Yes. Now, let's put an X on the singular noun. Good job. Kiss your brains. Mwah. Very good. Let's keep going. Next, we're going to write the contraction word. Contraction words are two words that come together to make one word. Plus, there's an apostrophe that tells us a letter or maybe two is missing. Here, let's read these two words to find the contraction. Do not. Do not touch the stove. Or we can use the contraction don't. Very good. Don't touch the stove. Touching the stove can be very dangerous. Kiss your brain. Mwah. Let's keep going. I'm having so much fun with you today. Now we're going to replace the noun with a pronoun. Pronouns are words that takes the place of a noun or it replaces it. Let's read this sentence below. Then we can know what the noun is so that we can replace it. Christopher is very smart. Oh, I love smart boys and girls, and I know you're smart at home too. So, what's the noun? You're right, Christopher. That's a noun. It's a special name of a boy. But what are we going to replace Christopher with? Which pronoun do we use? Do we use she, we, they, or he? I know. We can say, he is very smart, because he refers to a boy or a man. And Christopher sounds like a boy's name to me. Very, very good. I knew you can do it. Let's keep going. Now we're going to write the compound word. Oh, I remember these. Compound words. These are two words that when squished together, they make one word with a new meaning. Very good. So we make a new word and a new meaning. So let's squish these words together to see which word we come up with. Butter, that's what you cook with. Fly, ugh, they spread a lot of germs. So let's squish the words together. Butter, fly. You're right, butterfly. Let's spread our wings like butterflies. Good job. Oh man, that's all for today. Thank you so much for joining us. Bye.
Good job, boys and girls. Kiss your brains. Mwah. See you tomorrow.